We are live. As I said, I am the H-Town Vet, and we'd like to welcome you to this live stream. We're going to get started as soon as possible. We got a lot of information to cover, and we want to know how the family's doing, the veteran family. Come on into the room. Let us know you're here, any of our regulars. If you prefer to just to sit back and relax, that's good. For those that are new, I am the H-Town Vet, and I'd like to welcome you to this live stream, a place where we will discuss a variety of benefits available to veterans and their dependents. We got one of our regulars, Evan Almighty. Evan's in here. My OB, haven't heard from you in a while, my brother, is in the house. Say, hey, I'm starting to engage, and I appreciate you because we're not here to play games. We're getting ready to get started here. And of course, we always do this for people that are new to the channel. We go over our little information. So I'm gonna come off the screen for a second. But as y'all come into the room, let us know you're here. We're gonna give you a shout out, show love. All right. Howdy there, Doug. Now, we're gonna get to it because we got a lot to cover tonight. What we're gonna be talking about here tonight, we're gonna talk about the VA claims process from start to finish. We're gonna make this simple. As you come into the room, let us know that you're here so we can give you a shout out. If you want to sit back and relax, that's okay too. But we're just excited to have the family here. Y'all know me and this music. It's too loud for me. Now, let us continue what we're talking about tonight. If you just came in, you came in at the right time. This live stream is about VA claims process from start to finish. What we've done in the past is go over parts of the VA claims process, some ways that you prep for it, what you've done if you need appeals. We talked about the examination. We're going to bring that all together, and we're going to into one uh, orchestrated, cohesive way. All right. Now, let me get over here. Let's see what he say here. He say, remember, Evan Almighty. Hey, say you remember? I remember him too. You say more quality notes. Okay. We're glad that y'all in the room, and we're glad that y'all are so attentive. Let me know if me contacting some of y'all through the chat on the channel, does that help out? Let us know. But we're going to be here every Sunday and Thursday at 7 p.m. Central Time, Central Standard Time. Now let us continue. VA claim process start to finish, and we want to thank y'all for being in the room. I got to come up on the live to show y'all. We want to thank y'all for being here. Let me see. I look like it was a little different. Let me see how I can do this here. Yeah, we want to thank y'all for being here. We want to thank you for joining us. We want to thank y'all for your supports, the likes, the shares, the subscribe. We want to thank y'all for interacting with us. See, this is meant to be a place of engagement where we're engaging with one another and sharing information. All right? We're being supportive of each other. When you get down, come here. We're going to, H-Town Vet going to tell a few lies. Evan said, hey, Evan usually interact at the beginning and at the end. Evan is interacting continuously. I like that. But we're going to always acknowledge you because this is about you. Say, did you ever get paid PAL account? No, not yet. This is what's going to be. I tried it, but I'm trying. They were giving me problems. I'm going to have to get a different phone number. Just in case trolls try to come in the room, because can't nobody roast like I can. I can roast. All right. But we ain't here to do that. We here to enjoy ourselves, have fun. And look, we be talking trash and boy, y'all say stuff, y'all be saying some rough stuff, but it's all in love and family. But we're not trying to outdo each other. You understand? Now, let me know if you can hear me. There are no expert, no Mr. and Mrs. Expert, right? Everybody's purporting themselves to saying they got the answer, the solution. The solution is having the evidence that's backed up by VA law. You can't get benefits that you don't qualify for. Yeah, them trolls. You know, they kind of they don't come here because you know we all be looking at them crazy. But in my chat, they be in there saying stuff. Oh, well, this that. I say, well, that go to law right there, because a lot of people had an issue when I was telling them you can lose all your VA benefits if you do an apportionment. And I say, well, that go to law right there, and they got quiet. See, we back all this up. And we got to spend time, quality time together, so we don't have time for foolishness. We can have fun, but that's all encouraging us and talking. Now, remember dealing with these experts, they'll send you off that cliff, and you the one left holding the bag or in a bad up situation. Because your signature, let me come up on the screen. Please let me come up. Let me tell you something. When you get these people out there talking about they're going to give you a Nexus letter, you understand? And your signature is going to be on the one on there. And there's no doctor name on the signature on there. And you didn't see the doctor? Excuse me? That's a trick bag. Because anything go wrong, the person that set you up, they got your money. And they treated you the mark, and meaning the person being hustled, that's the mark. And they gone. You can't prove that you even got the information from them. Because the VA be saying you must have made this up yourself, because there's no doctor name on this form. There's maybe an initial. You watch, that's a scam. All right? Don't let nobody charge you $3,000-$4,000 for some foolishness. That's going to get you all caught up, and then you may not get your benefits anyway. And the VA is becoming aware of these things, okay? So you want to be straight on. You want to be straight. Now let's continue. So you need to do everything based on the evidence, and we got to find that evidence. We don't do false flagging and clickbait. And when they making all these empty promises, that ain't nothing but cap. Some people say, well, people get their benefits. You're going to get it if we got evidence for it. All right? I'm not saying people don't give you some knowledge, but you got to be careful, because if you get caught in certain situations, when I say false flagging, what we mean by false flagging, telling you that, yeah, you can get 100% in a month. You can the quickest way to do this, and the fastest way and the easiest way, and the clickbait. Here. This benefit, secret benefit you. Then you get over there, all they doing is a whole bunch of talking. That's clickbait. And they getting kind of salty about it, because I heard a couple of them because I have a thing about clickbait. Then they'll recommend these people video, and they kind of say, yeah, this is not clickbait. Well, if you got to say it, let me come up on the screen, because if you got to say it's not clickbait, that's like my cousin used to tell me, man, I ain't on drugs. Who even mentioned drugs? Dude, you must be using. Out of the blue, you just got to say something. Huh? Hear dogs holler. You understand? Because I ain't talking about nobody in particular. I'm talking about people that used to, oh, Lord. Look at me. I must be doing wrong. Look how I move the thing back. Let me pull the screen up. You know me, I'm always move this doggone camera. Let me move. All right, we where we need to be. Let me get back. Oh, now, here we go. Now, let us continue. Remember, everything should be based on evidence. And if somebody tell you something, make sure they ain't no guarantees unless they give you a money back guarantee. I bet you they ain't going to give you that. Now, if this information has been informative so far, please like, share, and subscribe, and click on those notifications. Thank y'all for joining us. Now, the first part of the claims process it'll be good to go back and watch our shorter YouTube video, Winning VA Claims, where we talk about focus, evidence, VA law, and your request. We have several videos that break this down step by step, but this is just the first part. We're going to go over the whole process, claim process tonight. Yes, we're going to do it. Now let us continue. Well, look at H-Town Vet. See, I got the flag and the clock from start of the race to the finish, from start to finish. We're going to start at the bottom step with focusing on what we're doing. We're going to organize our evidence. That's the next thing. Then we're going to back that evidence up with VA law. The fourth thing we're going to do is submit the claim. All right. The fifth thing is what? The disabled veteran checklist. We call it the DV checklist. So you know you need those three things. What do you need? First thing you need is a diagnosis. In order to be a disabled veteran, you need three things: a clinical medical diagnosis. Number two, you need, after you get that diagnosis, you need a nexus, a connection between your military service and your injury. And we're talking about evidence-based claims. And the third thing you need is the measurement of the severity level. All right. After we get that checklist out the way, we're going to go into the examination process. You see, they got a guy up here giving an eye exam, but we're going to be talking about a different ailment tonight. And we're going to take this injury and go from them being in the military all the way to winning their claim. You understand? The next thing is we're going to talk about updating when you're doing this claim. Then we're going to talk about the denial of the claim. It might be a little order with little, the order may be switched when it comes with the claim denial and approve, but I'm doing that for a reason. But here we have the approve at the end. So that's the whole steps: updating, claim denial, then approval. Now let us continue. Go back and look at this, and this will help you understand as you're doing this live stream, those that are watching live or recorded. Now let us continue. The first thing we got to do is focus. Let me tell you something. The last thing you want to do is jump into something and you're not prepared. You can't be prepared if you don't focus on what you're trying to do. All right, ain't nobody gonna tell you this but the H-Town Vet. All right, because I'm here to empower you. Now, tonight we're gonna be dealing with not the hypothetical Mr. John Brown, but we're dealing with the hypothetical Mr. John Brown Jr., his son. His son was not, Mr. Brown was in tanks, but Junior, he was a paratrooper. He was jumping out the airplanes and injured his ankle. He actually injured both of them, and both of them would give him injury problems at different times. But we're going to talk about that. So we're talking about an ankle injury as an example, okay? We're going to talk about the ankle injury. And this happened while he was on active duty. So when people get injured on active duty, if you're active duty here tonight, we want you to watch this video dealing with it, active duty. The checklist before military discharge. You need to watch this video. It's a short video, but it'll tell you everything, most of the things you need to prepare before you exit the military filing your claims. Now, understand something. In this case, Mr. John Brown Jr. served during the second Iraq War era, Iraqi freedom or whatever, in that time frame. So he got out not so long ago. The daddy was in that first Desert Storm. Now, here we go. So that's dealing with the military side. With the veteran side, the first thing you need to do to focus is get that intent to file in, because that locks in your back pay date. All right. So your award effective date, if you're in the military, they usually go back to when you got the injury. But once if you do it while you're in the military, a year after you get out, after that, it's the date you file the claims. All right. That's why if you just getting out the military, you need to hurry and file your claims, or file them while you're still in there. And here's the form for the intent to file. Always get the most up-to-date form. Let's continue. Now you need a plan. Now we're going to show you here how John Jr. how he was able to focus and get his plan together. You need to have a plan. Don't let every other people make the full plan for you because nobody knows your case like you. All right. Now let's see what was going on here. So the first thing you need to know, am I going to get service connected for this condition, or do I already have service connection? So that's the first thing you need to determine. The condition that I'm claiming, this being Mr. John Brown Jr., his ankle, he's already service connected, so that's not his issue. But if you're not service connected for a condition that you're claiming, you look for it on your problems list. You go down to records, release of record information at the VA hospital. It's called medical records, and see if that condition is on there that you want to claim. Now, by you having it on that, it's easier to get a CMP exam. It's hard to get CMP exams with the VA when you don't have no diagnosed illness. It's not impossible, but a lot of times they'll say there's no evidence of an injury if you don't have no diagnosis. So this is one thing that can help you. Just because you have a diagnosis of the injury, that don't mean that the VA is going to cover it. Tonight we're talking about the whole claims process from start to finish. Now we see that Mr. John Brown Jr., he got it there. His ankle injury is on there at the bottom. Let us continue. So he already got that. So he's not filing for service connection. He's filing for an increase. So you'd have to know what you're trying to do. All right. He's filing for an increase. Now, you look at your rating schedule for Mr. Brown, John Brown Jr., he's at the low area because when it comes to an ankle, you can either have a 10% or 20% rating. That's the rating schedule for ankle injuries. All right, can't go no higher than that. He has a 10 right now, so he's trying to get it increased to 20 because he's having problems with his walking around and doing other things. Then the next thing you need to focus on is what your representation is going to be. Are you going to do it yourself? Are you going to use a veteran service organization? Or are you going to get a lawyer? In Mr. John Brown Jr.'s case, he had a representative, but he was actively involved in the process. Let us continue. Now, remember we talked, and we want y'all to go back and watch our live stream that talks about the different types of claims. Which kind is he filing tonight, everybody? John Brown Jr. Is he doing a direct claim, presumptive, secondary claim? If you let the what do you call it? If you let the appeal, that 1 year appeal period pass, that's when you have to reopen the claim altogether. If you at the bottom, you see hospital injury or death. If they kill a family member or injure a family member, or you're still alive, you can file a VA claim for that. If there's an error in decision, conflict in opinion between one rater compared to the other rater, a law change, like there's about to be a law change next year. If you fall within that year of that law change, you got to go with the new law, whatever your disability does, right? Now, DIC death benefits is for dependents. You got to file claims for all this, even to add a dependent as a claim. So he's filing for an increase. And where's he filing it at, Mr. John Brown Jr.? At the VA regional office, okay? Now, what is he going to do? Is he going to wait for them to send him to a CMP exam? No. When he submits his claim, he's going to actually put his independent medical examination in at the same time, okay? He's going to have all that information together because he's going to have the exam. He ain't waiting for them to give him one. They may wait 6 months to a year to send him to a CMP exam. So he's trying to he's going to have all this business together. The second thing after you focus, you got to get your evidence together. All right. Now, you got to always get your evidence together for your claim. You need to organize your evidence. All right. So, where do you start when it comes? I mean, you need to collect your evidence. When you're collecting your evidence, where do you start? That's what I meant to say, collecting. You start with what your job was in the military. What does they call a job in the military? What they call your job in the military? It's 3 letters. Anybody know? What are those 3 letters? It's MOS. What does that stand for? Military Occupational Specialty. Now, dealing on what your MOS was while you were in the military, and we're about a fourth of the way done. We got a lot of slides. We're about a fourth of the way done. That will determine what type of injuries you may be exposed to or experience while you were in the military. Okay, he was a paratrooper, John Brown Jr. John Jr., we're going to call him. He was a paratrooper in the military. All right. He got the little symbol for it, everything, the award for it and everything. Now, he used to hop out those planes. You know, I wasn't hopping out no plane. Anybody here ever parachuted out of a plane or air assault, any of that? Let us know in the chat. He injured that foot. Now, when you injured, so he got an injury of his foot, because when he falling, jumping out these planes, you might fall on rocks or you may land wrong. So it's common occurrence. You have to find out with your MOS what type of injuries come about from your MOS. I was in tanks, so I have hearing problems. Now let's continue. So he got all this information. He started organizing his evidence. This is very important that you get that evidence together. All right? You got to organize your evidence. Photos, medical records, DD-214. You got any type of awards. And then you back them up with VA law, trying to get to your targeted goal. Now, where are your files at? Do you have them with you? This is what Mr. John Brown Jr. had to figure out. Some of his records he had, some he didn't. So he had to collect his file, his information. All right, make sure you get that. And now they say they got that blue button, from what I'm hearing, that you can go online and get some of your military records, medical records. You can request those things. Let's see. Third thing is VA law. So we talked about focus, the evidence, VA law is the third thing. So remember, you have to have whatever evidence you got to back it up with the VA law. Now, remember, being a disabled veteran is a legal status that come with certain benefits. That's why if they don't approve you, even though it's a medical condition, it gives you a legal status. That's why you got to go to court to fight if they don't approve you. And it's backed up on the Federal Veterans Laws, Rules, and Regulations book. This is the edition from 2023 to 2024. They have a new edition every year. You can get it online too. Now, dealing with Mr. John Jr., because he's filing just for his ankle, and the highest rating he can get for ankle injury is 20%. He has a 10% rating right now. All right. And that's based on your limitation of motion of the ankle part. That's the main thing, is how much can you move it? And if that's moderate, 10%. If it's marked, I mean, like a major problem, 20%. I know the ratings are not that high, but you need to know the rating schedule for your condition. And here's the law that goes with it, remember? So you got to make sure that your medical exam line up with VA law. And it's good to know that before you go into the exam. Number 4, submit your evidence. We're going through 9 tonight, okay? We at 4 already. Submit your request. Submit now. People telling y'all, let me come up on the screen. I've been hearing this for years. People talking about just wait till you get all your stuff together and submit a claim. Well, if you're not doing that within a month, don't wait around for your money. Oh, just do that 2-3 years later. Don't submit too much at one time. Get all that stuff out the way. Because soon as you submit one, then you submit the other ones later. Well, you already got benefits over here. Don't submit nothing else because you might be in trouble now. First, you told me to wait to submit everything separately. Now that I'm submitting it separately, you say because you got this, you might lose it because you open up a new claim. Come on, man. They talking out both sides of their neck, both sides of their neck. Don't listen to that. Submit now. Something that's going to benefit you, submit now. You understand? Let us continue. So if you need a claim, don't wait around, because even if you don't get approved, if you're on your deathbed, submit the claim because your family might be protected. You understand? We always want to look out for our loved ones. Submit the claims now. Don't wait. Now they do submit online. So here, with Mr. John Jr., he's want to go from 10% to 20%. That's his focus. I mean, that's what he's trying to claim. Always try to make sure, always make sure that you use the right VA form. This is very important. If you put your information on the wrong form, they can send it back or deny your claim. So always get the most up-to-date and the right form and the most up-to-date. And you're doing this at the claims office. Remember, the VA regional office have different things, departments. They have one dealing with the home loan. They have other ones dealing with different things that you can do at the VA, okay? Dealing with the burial, DCI, dependence claims, all kind of stuff. Make sure that you tell them you filing a claim for VA compensation. So you go to the VA claims office. Now, when you're there, for example, John Jr., he filed his claim on September the 1st, 2023, and he got a stamped copy, which I believe to be the best way to do it, because you do it on the computer. They lost thousands of people's claims. All right. We almost, I say we're about a third of the way done now. We're doing good. And you can do it online by mail. I would tell you to never submit nothing by mail. If you do it online, you better get some kind of copy, because they lost thousands of claims last year on people submitted online. That's why I like a stamped copy. So I have a physical hard copy. Now, that's how Mr. Brown did it here, John Brown Jr. Now, the next thing is the disabled veteran checklist. That we've talked about this before, but I thought it was a good idea to name it this, because this way, this is the checklist before you go in there. You know what you're trying to get before you go to the exam. All right. The disabled veteran DV checklist, which is what we talked about: a medical diagnosis check, service connection diagnosis check, and then severity. Well, in Mr. John Jr. case, his severity is already 10%. He want to increase. So that's what he's going for. So the first two are not really going to be discussed in the exam, because he already have a diagnosis and he's already service connected. He's just looking for an increase. So we go through the chart. Diagnosis, the doctor's just going to check it off, because he's going to an independent exam, remember? So he's not waiting around for the VA to send him to an exam. Mr. John Jr., he's going to an independent. So he's going to make sure the doctor know, hey, I have a diagnosis. So give him a copy of his C file and give him a copy of any other medical that shows he's diagnosed with the ankle injury. All right, that's the first thing. Recognize injury or condition. So he has a diagnosis for an ankle injury. So that's the first thing the doctor's going to check, because he can't. All right. Second thing is that ankle injury connected to the military service, that injury. So he has a nexus. So it was connected to the service. Okay. Because he's already service connected for it. So that's out the way. He's not going to the exam for those two. Now, so he does have a service connection from being a paratrooper and injuring his ankle while he was in the military. And he actually got out on a military, with 10% getting out of the military for his ankle injury. Now, the last thing is what he's focusing on, the severity level. He want to increase severity level because that will increase his percentage, okay, from 10 to 20%. That's the highest percentage you can get for an ankle injury. How does injury affect your ability to work? That's part of it. And we're going to break down the two aspects in more detail in a little bit here. Now, remember, the severity level is what dictates the percentage and how much you get. The more severe, the higher the payout. Now, since he's been having problems with his ankles since he gotten out of the military, he got, it's getting worse in his mind. So he goes to try to get an increase. But what he does first is get treatment. The more that you walk with canes and wheelchairs because of this condition, the DBQ, or the disability benefit questionnaires for ankle injuries, the more that you use crutches, the more you use wheelchairs, the more pain meds you got to take, that can give you an increased rating, okay? So always continue to seek treatment. Now, the first thing we was talking about earlier when it came to severity, the first thing is work limitations. They're going to want to know, the VA going to want to know, and the doctor too, that you go into the exam with, how does it affect your ability to work? So you got these ankle injuries, they get so bad that you're a construction worker, but you can't be riding around no wheelchair trying to put wood and everything together, trying to do projects. It limits your ability to work. That's an increased severity. Now, we halfway through. Now, we're almost halfway through. Thank y'all. The next, after work limitations, remember this for your condition. This is how you get your paper now. Daily tasks. How does it affect your daily life? You able to complete regular human tasks, okay? So that's so that means dressing yourself, taking a bath, eating, getting out of the bed, and preparing to go wherever you're going, whether it's work or something. Now, that's the task that they look at. Your military, your not military, your work limitations, and how it limits you from performing everyday life activities as eating, showering, things like that. Now another thing that y'all got to consider that Alaskan Ice brought up that I thought was very amazing. She brought up the fact, and I'm gonna come up on the screen because every once in a while I like to come up here so y'all know that I'm alive. So I'm talking, could be a recording, huh? Could be a recording. So if you got this ankle injury and you're trying to stay in shape, but the ankle injury could prevent you from doing that, and you might even gain weight. Well, even though there's no diagnosis for obesity, from what I hear, I think Alaskan Ice and a few other people saying if that weight gain is secondary to your ankle injury where you can't exercise, you might be able to file a secondary claim. All right. Now let us continue. Number 6, the evaluation. Now remember, these words, evaluation, exam, medical opinion, they all relate to each other. Now look, he said, Alaskan Ice, yes. Let me tell you something, Malby. Last night, last live stream, Alaskan Ice was off the chain, was breaking it down. You understand? I had my notebook out trying to learn some stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, we thank God for her. Now, let us continue. The evaluation is not the same as the examination. The examination is part of the evaluation. All right, we're going to break that down. Now, here we go. The exam that you take, that's the actual physical exam, or they do it through telecare where you do it over the television. That's the physical exam that you have to do. The medical opinion is what the doctor comes up with after the exam, their medical opinion based on the exam. Once they do that, they're going to take all your medical records, the examination, their medical opinion. They bring all it together. That's the evaluation. Okay, examination plus medical opinion equals evaluation. Now, who told y'all that anywhere else? And we're gonna keep hitting it home as time go on, so we can break this stuff down. You need to understand it and see it the way the VA sees it. That's why we're bringing it to you in this fashion. So let's continue. Remember, the Disability Benefit Questionnaire, DBQ, that's the paper that the doctor's going to use to fill out. In Mr. John Jr.'s case, they're going to use the public DBQ. But if you don't have the money to go to an outside doctor or specialist, you will do what? You will go to the CMP exam that the VA send you to. Now, you risk the danger of them saying, well, that's not enough evidence to even send you to a CMP exam, which is a compensation and pension exam. That's why you go ahead and get your public DBQ done as soon as possible. Get your evidence together, but you got to take certain things there. Now, understand, here's the actual DBQ for ankle injury. All right? This is the top part of it. I had to split it up so we can make it large enough so you can see it. So this is our example. Hold on. Who is this here? Our brother Kevin Sr. Evening, family. Kevin, we glad you here. And for whoever else came in and you know you just ain't saying nothing, we glad that you in the house, family. We love you. We appreciate you. We glad you here. We're going over the complete claim process from beginning to end. So when you get a chance, go back and rewatch the beginning of the live stream, because we're going to show you how to take one condition and start to finish how to get that thing won. My old B said, hey, glad to have our brother here. Now, understand, please make sure that if you're going to get an independent doctor or specialist to do a public DBQ that you print off the internet, make sure you give them the right one. Don't just assume, you make sure you verify. You call the VA, you ask other people, and you need to make sure you get the right one. Well, Mr. John Jr. here, his one is, he has an ankle injury. So this is the DBQ for ankle condition, disability benefits questionnaire, or DBQ. Now, remember the trick bag, all right? Remember the trick bag. And we're going to get to what our brother Kevin is saying. Okay? One, whenever you get an outside doctor to do it, it's almost like they got different standards, because they never ask the CMP doctors the same questions that they ask your independent doctor. What's the first thing? Are you a VA healthcare provider? Why does it matter? As long as they got the credentials. But they asked that because he did outside doctor. He said no. Then they asked, is the veteran regularly seen as a patient in your clinic? He said yes, because he goes there regularly for his ankle injury. Here's the thing. When you see a CMP doctor, you only see them but one time. They don't worry you about that. And the last thing, this is at the top part of the DBQ. Make sure you get the right one for your condition. Now, the last thing, was the veteran examined in person? See, being in person, because especially if you're dealing with something like an ankle injury, you don't want to do that telecare, meaning over the television or video. You want to do that in person. You might be able to do a PTSD exam over telecare. But anything with most physical injuries, you want to get that done in person. Now, see what our brothers say here. Just had my CMP for 8 different claims Tuesday. That's why I say file all those claims together. Don't you wait to file no claim, just like our brother Kevin did. Let us know how they go, Kevin. Keep us posted. Anything we can do to be supportive, you let us know. You know we here. Now let's see what Love say. Alaskan ICE was what appeal team mean? Okay, appeal team. Also, I was told my recent medical records is irrelevant, but why did the VA ask me to sign release of medical records? That's the thing. That's what I told you. What did I tell you about that? Number one, we don't know if Alaskan ICE is here right now. Number two, we're going to talk about this at the end, but I will tell you this. Never release all your medical records to the VA from a private medical facility. I've told you this before. Y'all got to start listening. Because one, if they get all them records, they looking for the stuff that will disqualify for you. So you need to go to your private medical records, pull out the information that supports your claim. That's it. You get them sent to you, get you and your experts to look, your not expert, but VSO, veteran service officer, to find things that will support your claim. All right. You don't let them do it, because they can say whatever they want because they the one looking at it. You need to get the evidence and point it out to them. They might have sit in a shoebox somewhere. Now let us continue. But we're glad you're here, Love. Now, here's the thing that I want y'all to understand. Follow me. I got to come up on the screen for this, even though this is information I need for you to see. Okay? Let me get something straight to you. Let me get something straight with y'all. She is asking the question. Okay. She is here. Now, we're going to get to this part. Remember, I told you this might be, they would beat me, but try to grab my med records. Yeah, so you don't release those. You just get the ones that back up your claim. Now, Alaskan ICE say the Board of Veteran Appeals, which is the VBA, is the appellate body of the United States Department of Veteran Affairs, meaning it has the ability to overrule a decision made by a VA regional office. Did you hear that? Huh? So that's what we're gonna be tying in tonight. We're gonna be going. Alaskan ICE always putting that information up. Real good. So it says, when you appeal a decision to the VBA, which is the local regional office. I mean, I'm not Board of Veteran Appeals. I'm talking about Board of Veteran Appeals. It reviews your case de novo. This means the board gives your claim and the evidence you submit a fresh look. So they taking what you got already and give fresh eyes to it. Look what Bobby say. Thank you, Alaskan ICE. We always appreciate. Now, this is a big problem that's been coming up. I want y'all to look at this. And thank you, Alaskan ICE, for always being a great reference for us. When on the page, I think this may be, let me see what page this is. I can't tell. There's 13 pages, but this is page 1. I showed you the top of page 1. This is the bottom part of it. I just split it in half. When it say reviewed records and the doctor didn't review your records, most likely your claim is going to be denied if you're doing an independent examination outside the VA system. So you got to make sure that that doctor or that specialist has the same information that the CMP doctor have when the VA sets up the appointment for you to go to the exam. You need to have them with the same information, because they don't look over it and they start saying, oh yeah, you got this, you got that. But the VA say, well, they didn't look over anything. Okay. Now, what are they going to need? Make sure they have your file claim, which is your C file, and a hard paper copy. Take it to that doctor or specialist that's seeing you and give them all this and say, you need to, this is important, use this information to make a medical decision for me. In this case, with Mr. John Jr., it's based on severity level of his condition. in-service treatment records, personnel records. You give them your VA hospital treatment records, your problems list, and your medications list, and your private treatment records, but be sparingly. Now let's see what Alaskan Ice said. Alaskan Ice said, love, love. I don't care what anybody say. Send in everything you know is relevant. That's the point I'm making. I'm in total agreement with you. That's relevant, but he's letting them go get the information itself. The VA is pulling it. He's not sending it in. He just letting them pull it, and then they saying, oh, none of this relevant. He has to go over the information and see what's relevant. That's what we on the same page on that. He's not doing that. He's just getting them, he's releasing so they can get the records themselves. You should go do your due diligence, in my opinion, and go get the records and look through and see what's most of some things they might find that you overlook. But you need to make sure it's not anything in there that would hurt your claim. You understand? That way, when you get the decision letter or CMP exam, this is back to Alaskan Ice exam, you will be able to tell if something was not used and do a high level review. Now let's go back to what she's saying. Alaskan Ice is saying you need to go over this information. That's all I'm saying. You need to go over this and see what's relevant. And I'm not saying turn it in. Even if you turn all of it in, remember, you get them a big stack, you need to focus and point out certain things. So if they overlook it, you've already put it on a supported claim form. I reference back to this, and y'all overlook the evidence, and you can use it just as Alaskan Ice said for a high level review if you're denied. Our brother Teddy say, what's up, H-Town? It's all good. Want to let you know I'm in the house. H-Town is here. It's all good, baby. You know what's up. I see the bear. I'm thinking about poking the bear. Huh? Now, you say, okay, I did, Alaskan Ice, thanks. So what you need to do, if you did it, you're saying you don't know why they, what did they say? Did they say anything was relevant in the records? What did you present that they should have took note of? This is important now. Now, our brother said, what's up, family? Mr. International, shout out. Thanks for the donation. We shouted you out at the beginning of the live stream. Now, Alaska, this is what Alaskan Ice is saying. They don't always look at the blue book button, but they are supposed to. Now, see, this is what I'm saying. You can't, you hope that they look at it. Your job is to get those records, find things in there, comb through them, and things that you know that are helpful to your claim or could be helpful, or show them to your representative, and that helps you out, because you can't expect them to do their due diligence. Sometimes they don't even look over the file at all. That's why they get kicked back. Get all out, okay, get all outside doctor information, highlight and circle all important information. She giving more detail of what I'm saying. That's what I like about Alaskan Ice. She's giving it, she breaking it down further than me. You know what she's saying? You comb through that. You have to take an active role. You can't just see what he had did, Alaskan Ice. He just let them go pull the records from the private doctor. Let me know if I'm wrong, Love. And they just, based on pulling those records, saying this is not relevant. Tell me if that's the case. Or did you go through that information and those medical records first, or got your own copy and said this is relevant, this is relevant? Do you have a copy of that you can show rebuttals to say, yes, you looked at the same records, independent medical records that I looked at, but this is what I found in there. Now, look what our brother Teddy said. Pray for me, y'all. My supplemental claim has been ready for a decision since 8/30, so August the 30th. What y'all think? You can file for August. Sorry. It's September. So that's recent. You talking about, I'm assuming you're talking about 2024, this year. Now look what Alaska Night says. Also get information that is corrected in Blue Book. And what she means by that, you need to, every time you go to a doctor and every time you pull your records out, your medical records, like off the Blue Button, check and see if they're accurate. Because I remember that Alaska Night said that one doctor put something in her records that wasn't true, and she rebutted that and got it removed. Am I right? Great information, Alaska Night. Great information. Now, Alaska Night, Mile B say, Alaska Nights, please, how do we correct with the Blue Book button? Thank you. Now let's see what she say here. Say, so this is the blue button when you're on the computer. I just had to send another high-level review because a claim was denied for 4 times because they only looked at one possibility of service connection, which should have still been granted. But they did not look at all avenues of connection. So what Alaska Nights is saying is they only look at maybe direct service connection. They could have been looking at secondary service connection. They could have been looking at service connection not going from here to there, but from there to here for the same 2 issues. See, that's good. Say, you are right. Very good information. Now look what Bernie says. I paid $1,100 for a Nexus letter from a PA, physician assistant, I believe that's what that is, at one of those companies. And the VA used a specialist who disagreed. I lost the claim. Company did not give me a refund. Listen, let me ask you, please tell us, did you go see? I want you. Let's be careful. Like, I ain't gonna, just be careful what you say here, Bernie. Okay, listen. I'm gonna ask you this though. Was the doctor's name on the Nexus letter? I want to know, was the doctor's name on the Nexus letter? Let me leave it at that. Just what you said, Mr. International. Mr. International, he been saying that. Y'all know $1,100 is big money. Not, I'm kind of choked up, y'all. I'm put a thing up here. Let me come off screen for a second. Now, Alaska Night says, when you see that something is incorrect, if you cannot directly message the doctor, if they are a specialist, doctor asks your primary to send that department your message. So you might have only access through, I guess, the blue button or through, the other thing that we use online. You need to let your doctor know, or somebody with your doctor, to get to your doctor so they can talk to the specialist about the incorrect information in your medical file, your medical records. Now, great information, Alaska Nights. Now, Angel, greetings, family, vet family. Most of the time, the VA asks you to sign release forms 4142 and 4147 is because us vets on the application click to agree for the VA to get the medical records. Now, it's okay to get the medical records from the VA. It's okay to get your other medical records, but sometimes the hospital won't even, private hospitals won't release it to them. So you need to do your due diligence. It's easy for you to get them. And I'm telling you this for a reason. There was a Vietnam veteran that I knew that used to shoot the mortars, and when he's in Vietnam, he injured his back. When he allowed them to get his whole medical file years later, they saw that he was in the injury that injured his back at his job. So they say, oh, that aggravation comes from that, not from when you originally in Vietnam, because he released his whole medical records. So you need to comb through and submit the things that support your claim. All right, now, okay, Bernie says yes, but at the time I was listening to the guy with the cowboy hat, oh Lord, who said the claim would be easy. Now, what y'all see why I come on here? Let me come up. See, it's family. And we thank you, Brother John Jackson, for coming in the house. We're glad you're here. We about to acknowledge you. Wow. Yes, wow. It was a sleep apnea claim. Our brother John Jackson, we glad that you're here. Did you get my notification about this here? Good evening, my brother. Mr. International says, Bernie, you filed it wrong. So that's why you need to listen. These people are doing, if you notice, they are just generating video after video, blah, 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 a whole bunch of noise. We're trying to get information out. We got people like Mr. International, Alaskan Ice here that's making sure we do it right. So, because once it's over with, them people ain't giving your money back. Was there any money back guarantee? Now, I hope when you left that guy in the basement, cowboy in the basement, you didn't go to the guy with the cigar on the roof, did you? Now, let's see what he say. But my rep said he sent everything to prove my claim, duty to assist, remanded from the judge. Now, you say he said he sent it. We need proof that stuff has been sent. See, I don't take nobody's word for it, love. We're going to do less on taking people's word. Tell them what a proof that you sent that. Can you show me what you sent? Give me printouts of that. Now, Alaskan Ice says, the VA Health app lets you send messages, but there are only so many departments you can message. Now, I didn't know that. So there's only certain departments on the VA Health app, excuse me, that you can actually contact. I have at least 10 to 20, but not orthopedic, spine, and a couple of others. Okay. Now, I got to say, Mr. Asher laugh. Yeah, we trying to bring the real game. We trying to bring the real information. He said, I did. I got my ratings to 90%, fighting for the last 10% and P&T. Let me say this here to you. Let me ask you this. Have you filed for unemployability? You really just filed for unemployability, but you can request TDIU, the permanent rating. He say the man with the cigar. Yeah. But I never seen him, so I just hear him talk about it. Love, Right H-Town. You may have to see it. He will show you what he sent. Good. Don't show you. Give you a copy of it. So you need to have a file of everything because you're going to forget it if it's just in your mind. Everything he filed, say, can you give me a copy of that? That's what I used to do. And I created my own binder so that way we were both on the same page. Okay, that is why I started to do my own. I get help from VSOs every now and then. Yeah, and I ain't saying they can't be helpful, but that's the whole thing. Now let me get back to this here. Hold on, brother. Let me get back to this. We're talking about the VA claim process from start to finish, and make sure that you give whatever doctor, even if they send you to a CMP exam, you make sure that those doctors have all these records, every record, okay? Now let's see what he's saying here. He said, no, I haven't applied for unemployability. I plan to get a job soonish. Okay. Well, if you don't have one, shoot, file for 100% permanent total if you got the evidence and the symptoms to back it up. So we'll talk about that. I understand if you plan on working, that's different because that's the first thing they're going to ask you on that unemployability form. When the last time you worked? Now let's talk about the hypothetical John Brown Jr. Now, another thing I want y'all to do, here we go, here we go. Now I want y'all to follow me on this here. He say, Roger that, because we're not going to tell you something here that ain't right, understand? Now I'm going to tell you another thing, y'all. Y'all see this form? Don't be taking no Nexus letters, no DBQs from these guys on the roof with a cigar anywhere. Anybody that gives you, talking about, look, give me $3,000, $4,000, give me $1,000, $1,000 to $10,000 or whatever they're asking you for, and they give you back a Nexus letter with no signature on it from the doctor. They give you back a Nexus letter with not the doctor's identifying information, as such as their name, their title, what's their specialty, phone number, national provider ID, the NPI. You better have all this information, medical license number and state that they're licensed in, because you can't get a doctor that's not licensed in the area, from what I hear, and the examiner's address. Okay, now, so make sure if somebody give you something with some initials on it, and ain't no doctor's signature, number one, did that doctor even see you? Because if you went, that's why I ain't trying to get nobody in trouble. Don't answer this question, okay? Because I ain't trying to get you in no legal trouble, because this all being recorded here. But how can you get a Nexus letter and the doctor never saw you? The VA gonna think that you made it up yourself if they signature not on there, huh? Come on now, make it make sense, huh? He said, I have contacted my congressperson to look at my case. Yes, I have. What rep my rep sent in all to point is true. Now understand, one thing I don't want y'all to do to jump around too much, because one of the biggest things that people do that hurt their claims, they jump from one rep, they go to their congressman. It's okay that you're doing, but sometimes when you get a progression on that, it may slow your claim down. I want you to know that too. Now he says, I have copies that my rep sent, and rep asked for a special amount of compensation. Okay, what was it based on? Now, that may be why VA asking for additional medical. Okay, because of the special amount of compensation. Okay, you need to put information that shows if you're trying to get special monthly compensation, you need to find out which type of you're trying to get. There's so many different types, and we're going to cover those on later live stream. I just had a CMP exam. This is Alaskan Ice, our sister. I usually bring a lot of records just in case. This time I did not, because I downloaded it to their system. Wow. Y'all see how sharp that is? But I was 2 hours early because I had a VA appointment and only had a few pages. She said that she did not want to go back and forth in the computer. She was working from the desktop and doing the exam. You never know. Yeah, you never know. That's why, if you just got a little, I'm going to talk about that a little later too. Few papers. Let's see what Mr. International say. Private DBQ trackers. Okay, he say there's a private DBQ tracker that VA has. Okay, a lot of copy and paste information on these Nexus letters, and it's not personalized to the veteran, meaning they see in a generic letter that they just changing the veteran name on it and putting the same thing on information in there. Come on now, y'all better watch out here. See, you don't want to do nothing that mess you up in the future. It's okay to get denied on a claim, but you did the claim right. If you get denied when you're putting information that's erroneous or not backed up by VA law, that can slow down when you come up with new good information. They're going to say, but you said this over here, so which is true? The information you gave us here, the information that they gave us there. So in desperation, you can't be listening to everybody that's telling you, take this information, you're going to be straight. Now let's see what our brother Bernie say. No, but recently the guy on the roof smoking a cigar wearing a wife beater t-shirt has a new video. I am definitely not planning to get any help from him. Okay, everything is in order. This is with my congressperson. Won't have a problem looking up my case. Good, good, good. But we just looking at from different things. Now look what he said. That's like paper plagiarism. Yeah, when you just keeping a copying stuff, copy and pasting stuff, that means the doctor they're assuming that the doctor's not seeing you, so you get caught up in the scam too. That needs to be customized for you and your condition and your military service. You were like Mr. John Brown Jr. here. John Jr. was a paratrooper, but they talking about your back. Excuse me, or don't even mention your ankle injury. Come on now, these companies are Nexus meals, just like puppy meals. Come on now, make it make sense. My congressperson will look up the what was submitted. Okay, Mr. Nash cutting up. What's going on, H-Time? It's all good, baby. Salute, salute. Huh? Now let us continue. We're talking about the VA claim process, Tariq, from start to finish. Now look at the bottom of this claim. So once you make sure, don't take nothing, don't give nobody no money unless they can give you something in writing that you're gonna actually go to the exam for that Nexus letter. If they just pushing you out of Nexus letter and that doctor didn't see you, you're in trouble. Because if that company ever gets investigated, it's gonna make you look bad too. Huh? And at the bottom of the look, you got to use the right form for this ankle condition. Look what it says: ankle condition disability questionnaire released 2022. Always use the most up-to-date DBQ for your examinations. Okay, why do y'all think it's the CMP examiner and not the lack of effective representation? And I say, so why do you think it's now as far as what? Give me more information on that. He's saluting to our brother too. Now let us continue. All right, let me pull this up. Let's continue. Make sure you have signatures on anything you submit from a doctor. Now, clinical evidence is what they look for. We over halfway done now, even though we've been stopping. Let me finish this up. Now, in the after party, we'll go into more detail. Now, because I wanted for people that's watching recorded them to know where we're going. So let me shoot through this information. Now, we'll go through it thoroughly too. Because this is an ankle injury that John Jr. has, he has an examination, remember? So in the examination, he says, what is an examination? Is a medical professional's personal observation. Now look what it said. You getting these Nexus letters, did the doctor personally observe you? So examination is a medical professional's personal observation and evaluation of the claimant. And we're going to talk about what an evaluation is in a minute. It can be conducted in person or by means of telehealth. So it can be done over the computer. And he say, what's going on, brother? He's saying Mr. International. He said, now look what he said. These organizations are supposed to be representing veterans. There's the representation. Where's the representation? Well, let's get something straight. A lot of them name not even on the paperwork. So you got these people representing you, but your name the only one on the signature on the paperwork. So when anything go down bad, it's on you. All right. Let's see. Say we already got, this is love. We already got VA with the duty to assist error from the Board of Appeals remand. Okay. Now let us continue. No, if that doctor need to see you personally, we're going through the full claims process from start to finish here. Okay. Go back. If you're just getting in, let us know that you're here, that we're talking about the claims process from start to finish. And right, we on the examination part. All right. My OB says no credentials, so many VA helpers. Yeah, they don't have no credentials. They telling you what they used to be. I used to be this, and I for this many years, and I did this for this many years. But why you ain't putting your signature on that? My name on the one on there, but you getting all my money, and I'm the one gonna be taking the responsibility if anything go wrong. No obligation. Once you get your money, you moving on to your next victim. Oh, I mean your next client. Huh? So examination is first. Make sure you have a examination. Look for Mr. If we dealing with ankle injury, they need to be going over that ankle injury, huh? They need to check you out, do a full examination of you. Say, I demand credentials. If you got some doctor working on your ankle, they need to be specializing in ankle injury, some kind of profession in Mr. International Lab. That's what I'm talking about. So he say, behave, laugh out loud. I'm gonna stop cutting up. I'm gonna stop cutting up. Now he say, let's with last can I say, sometimes the CFP examiner does not answer all questions or use the tell me how to say gonometer. I just call it go meter till I get it figured out. I have had someone at the regional office look at the DBQ, and he said that they had not answered one of the questions. That's what you need to write down. Listen what we're saying here, Alaskanites. When they don't use the go meter, have your little notes and put that in your rebuttal. That write down everything that the doctor did not do this, the doctor didn't do that. And when they get the report, they're gonna see it on the other side anyway. Alaskanites say, and he said he would look into it if it were him. So they had to get another opinion. They need another medical opinion. So once you do the examination, if the examination ain't gonna be right, the medical opinion ain't gonna be right. Because the doctor makes their medical opinion based on the examination. You feel me? And the relevant medical records. Now, this is love. My doctor's specialist sent in all my records to my primary care physician. The VA will have all my information from my primary care physician. I don't know if it's at the VA or outside doctor, because you still talking about just giving them everything. If you talking about your outside doctor, you ain't hear nothing I said. VA, they can get access to those. You send in the stuff that's going to help you. Now, let's continue. Here's that go meter for that ankle, okay? So they deal with the range of motion that you can have on that. You understand? And the less you can move your ankle, the higher the percentage. Remember, we said there are only two percentages here. There's either you're going to get a 10% for your ankle or 20%. All right? So if the doctor does not use this measuring device to see your movement restriction, how can they make a proper medical opinion? Now, let's see. John Thompson, H-Town. I am guilty, man. I also use that big company in Texas for sleep apnea claim. The claim was denied, and my claim coach made it seem like it was all my fault. They getting you. They running your pockets, baby. Listen here. I'm a Fifth Ward boy, born and raised. They running your pockets, baby. Huh? They doing the Debo on you. They tapping your pocket. They say, what you got on my 40 ounce? What you got on my 40 ounce? They need to use these measurements here. But they give you hopes and dreams. And then, look, they say it's your fault, but they got your money. They say it's your fault, but they got your money. You got to sign everything, but they got your money. Huh? Make it make sense now. He said, damn. It's a damn shame. He said, my CMP didn't use anything for my knees or ankle. You're supposed to write that down and turn that into and you need to submit that. I will show you how to do that. I've done it before. You write a letter. They're running your pockets, baby. That's why H-Town Vet is here. Ain't y'all glad? They don't like me like that. Huh? I'm not, I may not be getting 10,000 views in a day, but guess what? We getting the information out there because the channel growing, baby. You understand? We building it the right way. We not look, if you anxious, you need to go over there where they can run your pockets. If you quick to try to get something, we got people like Alaskan Ice and our brother Mr. International telling you the truth. If people are telling you something and you can't refute it, and they telling you what the answer is, where the law is, why are you going to people making you broken promises? Huh? I remember I had a lady back in the day. I knew she wasn't right for me. I knew she wasn't no good. I say, but lie to me, baby. She said, you the only one. I said, I love it when you tell me those lies. But that wasn't getting me nowhere. Huh? Come on, let's talk about it. We have to protect H-Town Vic. Well, yeah, because I'm going to tell the truth, because I'm going to tell you something. Yeah, they took a little shots at me, like, like I say, we talking about, people talking about, what do you call that? I heard one of them saying, talking about clickbait. It is clickbait. If you hit dog, holler. Now, I wasn't talking about them, but if that's how they feel about it, your life is good. This is what it's all about, because we're interacting. You can't interact with those people. They want your money. They're going to listen to you in the beginning to get you hooked. You understand? They're going to bring, oh, yeah. Now go ahead and write that check out too. Give me that money. And if they want all cash, you better really watch out. Now, yeah, bro, my OB say, hold on, boy, y'all talking now. They running your pockets, baby. They running your pockets. That's something New Orleans is too. You know what it's up, huh? I'm from Houston, the finesse capital of the world, baby. And look, New Orleans, Louisiana, and all of us down the south, we ain't too far from it, because you know how it is. They running that game, and you know better, but you're desperate. When I was desperate, I would do things that would put me at risk. I'm trying to get y'all, look, you don't want to just get your benefits, you want to get them the right way. That's why I talk about evidence. They're not talking about evidence. They talking about, get this nexus letter. They're not talking about evidence. Get this DBQ filled out over here. Well, who's going to fill it out? Don't worry about it. What's the doctor's name? I ain't got to tell you all that. Well, if I don't know the doctor, what I'm going to tell the VA when they ask me, what did this doctor say to you? I don't know. I didn't talk to the doctor. I just got the nexus letter from this company over here. You snitching on yourself now. Huh? You snitching on yourself. Huh? If my grandmother say, I should take a switch to you. Now, he said, that's right. He said, where are you from, bro? I'm the H-Town vet, man. You don't know what H-Town? H-Town is Houston. Now, just waiting on a decision from my VA, and my Congress is looking into my claim also. That's good, as long as they don't slow it down. Now let's continue with this examination. Let's talk about it. And if they're not using, like we say, that measuring, that ruler right there to measure your range of motion, whether it be for your arm, leg, in this case, John Jr., he's getting it for his what? He's getting it for his ankle, because he got injured because he used to jump out of airplanes. Go back to the beginning and follow it. Y'all coming in here now. Now, once they do the examination, I'm gonna have to stop y'all and go back to think. I want to finish this up, because some people that's not watching live, let me finish a section, and when I get through with that section, I'll go to the I'll finish answering your question. Now, once they do the exam, they're gonna take the X-rays, the stuff that they did in the exams, all this stuff, the go meter and the barometer, whatever it's called, and I'm gonna figure it out, and everything, and they're gonna make their medical opinion. So what's a medical opinion? Refers to a medical professional statement of finding. Let's get something straight. If those doctors gave you a nexus letter and they talking about statement of findings, but what statement of findings? They never saw you. They never looked over your records. So it refers to a medical professional's statement of findings, and views, their personal views, their educated medical views, of course, which may be based on reviews of the claimant's medical records or personal examination of the claimant or both. So the medical opinion is based on the exam they do. Sometimes they don't do exam. They'll just do it based on your medical records that they have. Okay? Now, so let me say the first thing is the exam, then the medical opinion is them taking that exam information that they did on you and the other medical records, maybe in-service medical records, your medical records from the VA or other private medical records that they have, and using them to make a decision. The more the better, that backs it up, okay? Now let's talk about it. Now the evaluation. The evaluation is when you're taking the exam and the medical opinion and all that information and doing an assessment. Okay, when that doctor does that, that's why I say they can't be faking with these phony reports. All right, we're about to talk about the evaluation, but let me go into what our brother John say. This may be off topic, but we also, okay, full of time and conversation. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Let's get back here. I want to finish this second. Then I'll answer your question and get a chance. Now, an evaluation is the exam that you took, the physical exam, either through telecare or in person. All right. And their medical opinion, which is what? Which is actually the information from your exam that the doctor did and your other medical records, any records that help support your claim. Now, evaluation is an assessment of the medical evidence, which may involve conducting an examination, providing an opinion, or both. All right. Now let's see what you were saying now, brother. Let's see. Make sure I'm at the end of this here. Let's finish this evaluation. For example, when we're dealing with evaluation, that's an assessment of all the information. That's why you want everything that you turn into the doctor. They're going over the exam, the assessment. Now that could be your military records. The assessment includes that, not just the exam, not just the medical opinion, but also your medical records. Watch our video, VA medical records. You can also get with your veteran service officer to get your medical records faster. I mean, your in-service military records faster. You can order your yes. The assessment, which is the evaluation, is also your VA claim file. Your VA claim file. Your medical records, all these medical records. Let's talk about it. What medical records? They're going to be looking over all of it. Your VA records. That's why you want to take all the doctor that does the private DBQ. You need to take. Let me tell y'all something about emergency room visits. Okay, let me tell y'all something about emergency room visits. Now you got to understand with emergency room visits, that gets special attention. You need to tell that CMP doctor or that private doctor that you go to, that private doctor for the independent DBQ. You need to make sure you let them know. Now let's see what our brother said. You let them know that you went to the emergency room. That holds weight. Or if you ever been hospitalized for a period of time, whether it's voluntary or involuntary, that works towards your claim too. Now, this may be off topic, but I'm also waiting on them to get their BS straight so I can be fully retired and compensation. Now, when you say fully retired from the military, are you still in the military, brother? Let us know. Now, Alaskan Ice said, John Jackson, well, if it is an unfavorable exam, ask for a new one. Yes, that's right. And sometimes they will ask if you have had any x-rays or MRIs in the past. I take mine just with me just in case. I let them know. That's good to have a certain amount of documents, not too much, but pick 2 or 3 things that you're going to take. And that's good. Now, that they had copies and that they can see them. That's why you want to Hold on. What did I miss something? He say, Sherry McCoy. Sister Sherry, if you in the room and you ain't saying hello, I'm gonna be mad at you. But if you here, we love you. If you're too busy to talk, we know. Great information. Great information. Wonderful. From the chat, especially. Now, remember, the doctors look at when you go to emergency room for a condition, that show that condition is serious. So when your PTSD start acting up, you go over to that emergency room, tell them you need some help because you having problems. If your ankle is acting up, go to the emergency room, get some help. That's going to show that you continually seek treatment. Huh? Talk to me. Now let us continue. Emergency room visits and inpatient hospitalization or outpatient. Your private medical records, like I said, don't just let them pull all of them. You get them, you pull the medical records yourself from your private doctor, and you give them the records that benefit your claim. Like she say, Alaska Night say, you sift through those records. Now let us continue. Now, just what Alaskan Ice was saying, some amazing information just a few minutes ago. If you go to the CMP exam, now follow what I'm saying. If you go to that CMP exam, remember tonight we're going over the whole process. So when you go back and watch this live stream, you're going to be amazed that we're going over the whole claim process based on somebody having an ankle injury. You go to that exam, keep it light. They already have a lot of reports they're supposed to, and you can ask them, do you have my claim file? Do you have this? Because sometimes the VA don't send things. You just ask them, okay? Now, what would I suggest you take? Don't take your whole file with you. Don't take your whole C file. They already may have it, and they might get annoyed or like, look how they flipped up on Alaskan Ice. Huh? Take as few pieces of paper as possible. Now let's see what our brother said and what our other brother. You're going to tell us something, some VA secrets. Now I ain't gonna tell you no secrets. I'm gonna tell you some helpful tips. Okay, now we got a new. Hold on. Look what it say. We got a new person here. Let us know. Now, how do I say you, Sister Norman? How do we say your name? Alisaka. I don't want to say it wrong, sister. I'm gonna say Sister Norman for now, till I can get your name right. All right, thank you. Thank you for shouting out our brother, Mr. International. Say, Mr. International, hey, okay, say, okay, John said, no, I retired in March when I got my rating. My letter stated that they were withholding because I couldn't receive full payment for both. You must be, hold on, are you under, if you're over 50% service connected now, you must have not been 50% or higher back then. What was your percentage once you retired, John Jackson? Because if you, and are you talking about from active duty or from the reserves? Let us know. So our sister said, hey, to Brother International. He laughed, okay. He say, hey, Alessica. I'm about to say it right. I'm sorry, sister. I ain't trying to butcher your name. I'm so sorry. I am waiting for DFAST to clear me for SDRP. Now listen, I got to come on the screen and ask you this, brother. This is a real question. I ain't trying to get all your business. Did you take a severance package to get out? Hopefully you just got a straight retirement. Because I'm gonna tell y'all, when y'all get those severance packages, once you get your VA disability, they'll take that money back. You understand? Set up a payment plan with them if you did a severance package. Okay, be very careful taking them severance package because they're gonna take all that back. That's the slick part about it. They might give you $5, $10, $20, $30,000, but when you get your VA disability, they claw that money back. You think I'm playing? Hey, man, I can't keep up with this good information. That's why you're gonna have to watch this live stream over and over. So let me tell you, good people draw other good people around. So this is the important thing that we're doing here. You know, I was raised by some good people. My grandparents back there on the wall. You understand? Loved them, good people, and everybody always wanted to be around them. You understand? Now here we go. Alaskan I say, John Jackson, do they have to equal 100% like 50% for one and 50% for another retirement and VA benefits? Well, the way they do it, and tell me what you got. Are you regular military retired? If you're regular military retired, you got to be like making at least 50% for VA compensation for there to be no offset of your military retirement. Okay. Other than that, they're going to offset and only pay you the difference. For example, let's say you get $2,000 from your retirement, and you get $3,000 from the VA. That's $5,000. All right, you get both of them, so you better get both of them because you're paid at 100% rate. Let's say you're getting paid at 100% rate, you good. But if you're only getting paid 40%, they're gonna offset it until you get to 50%. We talked about in another video. This is hardest class I ever taken in my life. Well, we're throwing so much information at you, okay? Okay, regular retirement got a 90% rating. There should be no offset, my brother. Don't let them run your pockets. No, no, no. Find out your character of discharge as far as what codes they put on there. I know you probably got an honorable discharge. Find out if they put some kind of sneaky code on there, because that ain't making sense. Retirement with 24 years. Everybody congratulate our brother for that retirement. Congratulations, John Jackson, because we know you sacrificed a lot to get that retirement. Now let us continue. All right, let's continue here. Remember, travel light when you're going into those examinations. Now let us continue. And you can if they don't have a list of your medicines, you take a list, or you can take the medications themselves. All right. You know, I prefer you just take a list. Doctor, you have a copy of my list of medication? He laughed, LOL. He said, yeah, buddy, you went all the way. Yeah, ain't no returning now. Now, when you go in there, I said travel light, but see, you can let them know, hey, doc, this medicine that I'm taking, the VA give me or the military give me, if you're active duty, you can tell them it's causing side effects. I get headaches. It's supposed to be for me being able to sleep, but it causes me migraines. Now that's side effects, okay? And with those side effects, you can get paid for that if it's connected. That medicine is connected to your treatment for your service-connected disability. Hold on, I missed somebody. He said, congratulations on the 24 years. This is from Tariq, our brother Tariq. Now, Alaska Knight said, I did not get much sleep last night, so I am kind of slow. We can't tell. I have a one-track mind. I usually erase something if I hear you talking about it. Tonight, I just type. Now, you just type. Guess what? I didn't go to bed until 6 o'clock this morning. I was so excited about doing this live stream. You know, I can't, military stuff be keeping me up too. Now, Alaska Knight said, can't listen, read, and type, diagnosed with vertigo and fluid in the ears. Now, that's something else, sister. Is it any other service connected or secondary to a condition that's service connected? Let us know. I was also told if I have trouble again, just do a walk in or go through the emergency room. Now, do y'all see what I was saying? No, sister, we need you to put it up there too. He say, congratulations, Alaska Knight says to John Jackson for your retirement. Now, brother, listen. If you file for some things, you keep fighting for them. And what percentage did you getting out? You got that 90% on the way out. It's time for you to fight for that increase. Vertigo is a big problem. Yes, it is. Now, what exactly is vertigo? Is that fear of heights or when you have vision issues? Let us know. I forget. I know it's an anxiety disorder. Now, side effects. Number 7, we went through 1 through 6. Now we on number 7. The VA claim update. Once you submitted your CMP exam, all right, let's say you had the CMP exam the same time you filed your claim. You already had a public DBQ completed. We're going to talk about that. He say, I got after I retired. Okay. You need to notify them so they don't offset your retirement. You need to send copies of that and make sure it's a stamp copy. Talk to people. Who do you need to talk to? Somebody with DFAST, I know. Go on these military base. Show them your compensation. Vertigo is a symptom, not a diagnosis. I didn't know that. So it's a symptom of a bigger disorder. Now, great information. Hold on, he say dizziness, the world is spinning. Okay. Mr. International say, John Jackson, you were most likely underrated. If they got him at 90%, anything 70% or more, most likely supposed to be 100%. They usually underrate. It's hell, yes. And it's hard out there for a pimp. Now, VA claim update. Now, this is with you submitting a Mr. John Brown Jr. submitting a DBQ at the same time he submitted his claim. So he didn't want them to send. He didn't want it. He said, he laughing, Brother National. He didn't want them to schedule him for a CMP exam. He went to his own for his foot specialist, remember? Now, let's see. VA claim update. This is how you do it when you're trying to get an update for after you've done a public DBQ. Not a CMP, but a public DBQ. Mr. John Brown Jr., this is what, when they haven't given you an answer and you've been waiting, you've already done the exam, you complete the exam, and you use a public DBQ, this is what you can say. You need to tailor it to your case, though, okay? Now, we are writing this letter regarding the appeal that we filed September 1st, 2023. Remember when he went to the office, he got a stamped copy, and he used that same date. Use the proper dates, please. We are requesting a status update on our claim for an increased rating for ankle injury from 10% to 20%. I have attended an examination with a private medical specialist, MD, using a public DBQ, a public disability benefits questionnaire, DBQ. The evaluation included a review of my C-file, in-service medical and military records, private treatment records. The DBQ related. How long? I guess I left out. I'm sorry. I redo, but it's supposed to also say his VA hospital records. So I didn't put that in there. Related to this claim was submitted September the 1st. Let me put the DBQ related to this claim was submitted September 1st, 2023. And as of yet, there has been no action taken on this claim in the past 5 years. Past 5 months. Because I'm just kind of spoiled what I'm reading. What is the current status of my claim? You're always asking that. Now let's see what we got. So this is how you request an update. I'm gonna get to the end of this here, and we're gonna get ready. I think we're at the next one now. Number 8. We got one more left after 8. So let me catch up. We're gonna talk. Now we're talking about the VA claim decision. Now let's go to our brother. Trust and believe I am working it. I spoke with someone with the VA today and was told that DFAS is doing an audit. You need something in writing to know that that's the truth. Okay, what I need you to understand, my brother, please, I know you're doing good. I want to come up on the screen. You need to not just talk to people. Can y'all give me something in writing that DFAS is doing an audit? Because sometimes regional office will lie, sometimes they tell the truth. But I wish I could take what they say for the truth, because you can't go back and say, but they say it. So get something in writing so you know you're not wasting your time. Time is of essence, and you might miss all that back pay money, or they're getting that money back out of your retirement if you don't. You need to have something right. Don't just call people. Have you submitted something that's a rebuttal to what's going on? You need to get that statement in support of claim, and do that and document all these troubles. Just the same kind of form we just asked for an update. You need to do that. Okay. Now I'll give them until November. I'm still waiting for that sweet back pay. Make sure that it's locked in. You can't let a year go because you might lose it. Okay, she's saying evidence, review the evidence by representative and physician. Claim decision is made, allowed or denied. VA disability rating is established rating. File return to local disability office and prepared notification of decision and appeal options. She's covering everything I'm about to talk about. Learn more. She's doing a great job. See, I haven't even got to it. This is reinforcement. I'm telling y'all, great job, Alaskan Ice. Trust and believe. I feel underrated also. That's why I feel I filed for a high level review. They got the right one. Sergeant First Class Jackson is on. They on. Now, if you have a 0% rating, file for an increase. Always. Remember, 0 means you're service connected. Now, what form is that? I guess you're talking about filing for an increase? Shocking. Regional office lies, laugh out loud. They lie like that. I ain't gonna say it. Oh man. I'll be calling DFAS in the morning. Roger that. Get a name of the person that and their title of the person that you talk to, John Jackson, okay? Because if you didn't get a name, write down, put a log, start writing a log. That way you have documentation. And call back in a week or so to see if the next person telling you the same thing the last person told you. Then you need to go to a base near you to see if you can call and find out for DFAS office that you can resolve this issue. Alaskan, Mao B say, Alaskan Ice knows the VA law. Yes, she does. Now, John Jackson say Alaskan Ice over there showing out, being the teacher's pet. Laugh out loud. No, she took over the teacher's job. The teacher jealous over here. Hold on, man. Alaskan Ice talking about she's sleeping. If she can do all this while she's sleeping, I don't want her to be rested up because she gonna come over and she gonna sit me down, man. Oh boy, y'all too much. Name, title, and address. Yes. Do you hear what you hear Mr. International say? Name, title, and address of where the person you're talking to is located. Now, Alaskan Ice says, John Jackson, never that. I have been studying over 2 years trying to learn this stuff. She always talks, like she don't say she won't she won't speak of her talents like that. She's a very humble person. But I'm telling you, she's amazing. Now here we go. IKR, I don't know what this stands for. Now, let's talk about the claim decision. Then we're going to talk about the appeal process last. Now, claim decision. And you can go back over this and see this stuff. Now, decision going to be either they're going to approve your claim, the claim decision Either they're going to approve your claim or deny it. If they approve it or deny it, it's going to be in a decision letter, and they're going to tell you. Now, if your claim is approved, your decision going to let us say that, we grant these benefits at this rating. And with him, let's say your claim was approved. All right, for Mr. John Brown Jr. He get it approved. So he's not 10%, he got the increase to 20%. That's why you need to know what you want. Are you trying to get service connection or an increased rating, or is it a presumptive claim? You need to know what you're trying to get. But in this case, he was approved. Now, after you go over your information from your decision letter, now you deal with your notification letter. All of these are videos at the H-Town Vet. The decision letter, notification letter, go watch those videos. This is the actual video from the H-Town Vet. Now, that tells you about that paper, and that tells you about how much you're going to be getting. You understand? That back pay and all, it tells you about your benefits. The notification letter tells you about your benefits. Now, depending on what rating you get, you are 90% our brother John Jackson. Now check this out. The benefits package, you want to know, go watch our video, VA compensation from 0 to 100%. We have a live stream by the same name, but it goes through. This is the only video on YouTube. See, while everybody's smoking cigars on the roof and cowboy hats in the basement, we getting you the information. So if it ain't right, you can come back and let us know. That's wrong, H-Town, because we not getting you no weasel words around here. You understand? Ain't nobody come back and say this wrong. This is one of the most popular videos. We get hundreds of views on this video every day, by 200-300 a day. This is our popular video. Huh? And so if you at 90%, you're going to get, so find out what the benefits are from 0 to 90%. And then look at the ones for 100 to know what you're going to get. Go check that out, okay? John Jackson, check that out. Now, and this is one of the most important things I need you to do, John Jackson, and is look at your VA rating code sheet. We have a video that breaks all of this down, because this tells everything about what your rating is and everything. Look at these videos, because all these was a series. The VA rating code sheet, the decision letter. Now, I think now the code sheet was a separate. It was the notification letter, decision letter, and the award letter. And then we did a different one on the VA code sheet. This is one of our second popular videos. This gets a lot of, because they don't want to give you the VA rating code sheet, because they don't want you to know who the person is that worked your claim. On the code sheet, they have to put their name on there. He say he own it. Okay. Now, so this is all if you get your claim approved. If you don't, it'll tell you denied. Now, things that on the VA code rating code sheet is, it shows whether you're service connected or not. It shows what the conditions you're service connected for, and the code number that go with that. This is important because let's say you have PTSD, you put the code in, it'll tell you the rating schedule for PTSD and all the symptoms at each percentage. You can do this for any disability. If you get the rating code sheet for like Mr. John Brown Jr.'s ankle, it'll show you can only get 10% or 20%. So that's what it would say. Then the combat code status. Like I was telling them, mine was wrong. They were saying that I was non-combat. Not that you can get VA disability whether you combat or not, but it was saying I wouldn't, because mine is based on service connection, so that worried me. How you gonna have me as not being in combat, but you're service connecting me for combat? I didn't want to take my benefits away. So you got to let them know that there's an error. And this is the most important, one of the most important things on there is, do you have any future exam? This one paper, about 1 or 2 pages, your VA rating code sheet gives a summary of the history of your when you got 10%, 20%, 30%, it breaks it all down. Did you hear me? And always check all these documents for errors. Now, so now that was if your claim was approved. What if it was denied? Well, here we go. You got a year to file an appeal, and we're about to talk about that, okay? We're about to talk about, see, we went through the whole claim process. For those of you just coming in, I am the H-Town vet, and we would like to welcome you to this live stream. You understand? A place where we will discuss a variety of benefits available to veterans and their dependents. All right, now let's get to it. You got a year to file an appeal, or you're going to lose your back pay date. All right, so that's what you want to keep your award effective date. So you want to get that appeal in within 365 days, or your money, that back pay, going down to 2. Number 9. Now I'm gonna take a break and go over the information again. All right, let me pull. Number 9 is the VA appeal options. Let me get that off screen for a second. VA appeal. This is the last thing we're going to cover. Then we're going to be in the after party, and y'all can talk like y'all want to talk. Y'all can put this information out, and we can break it down. You hear me, family? Now here, it says, Alaskan Ice says, IU claims 11 months old, okay, hoping to hear back news by mid-October. We praying for you, and we hoping, keep us posted, please, because I like to see my family keep getting these increases. Now, that should help you, John Jackson, because she's going through the process. And our sister, I don't know if Sister Sherry's here. She's always here every night. She's 100% in unemployability for TDIU. Okay, so it's 2 types of unemployability: IU and TDIU. They might give Alaskan Ice TDIU, even though she requested IU. They do their thing. All right. Now listen, we say. So peep this. This is what John Jackson said. After the VSO informed me of my rating, I asked for the code sheet. She had the audacity to ask me, why do you want that? Now, did you hear? Now, hold on. Am I lying to you? Am I lying to you? They don't want to give you this sheet. Why do you want that? Because you have a right to it. They're going to fight you on that. Why do you think? Why would that? Why don't you want to give it to me? You ain't got to be smart like that, but I probably would. Yes, indeed. Now, let's see. I had no idea how much I fought myself not to flip her freaking desk over. Yeah, because that run you hot. Start recording this stuff. He laughing. Yeah, tell him. See, all y'all been fighting. We all have similar stories. Now, let's see what Alaskan Ice say. 2 years total fighting it mid-October. We fighting with you. Let us know what we can do, sister. Yeah. They are hostile as hell. Yes. Why they so mad at us? In the words of DMX, what do they really want from us? Somebody let me know. Huh? Now, Alaskan Ice. Now, listen to here. I get my code sheet from the regional office in Houston. Now, let me ask you, because I know you said you kind of farther up, you requested through the mail or you come down to Houston and get it, Alaskan Ice. Let us know in the chat. Is it best to get it in person? And do you get it from the actual regional office? Okay. Now, he said, yeah, DMX, what they really want from us. We just want what we entitled to. They want us to sit back. And the reason they don't want to give you that code sheet, if you watch that video, is because it reveals the rater who makes the decision. That's the one time that they have to put their name on the document. And because back in 1950s, one of the raters, when they used to always put their name on the document, one of the raters got taken out by somebody who claimed wasn't approved. They walked out of a building and they went down on them. Okay, Alaskan Ice. I go over there when I have appointments at the VA hospital. Okay. I'm gonna tell you where I go, Alaskan Ice. I was kind of doing my telecare, but I was going to the one out here in Richmond, Texas. I go to the clinic. I'm just enjoying y'all so much. I just don't know. This lightens my heart up because many of us be fighting these struggles by ourselves, and we don't really have people that we can talk to. Even some of the other veterans, if they know you getting something, they kind of hate on you. Now let's go over this appeal process and see if this information is helpful. Y'all let me know. Huh? Now let's talk about, we talked about if you claim get approved. Let's talk about if it didn't. The appeal process, the next level. If they don't approve your claim, let's see what our sister say. I was going there too. I like Richmond. Oh, we're in the same area. Well, Alaska Nights. I hear you. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna tell you why I go for my eyes though. I go to the Katy Clinic for my eyeglasses. I like going there for that because I like the lady over there. Now look what John Jackson says. I talked to another VSO, same company. She informed me about the sheet and actually told me how to get it, and I got it the same day. Now listen, I got to come up on the screen, and we're gonna get you. We're gonna get to Alaska Nights come in. Let me tell you something. Come on now, come on. Let me come up on the screen. I'm gonna come up on the full screen. When one person at the VA tells you you can't do something, you go to somebody else. You keep asking until you get what you're supposed to get. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. When I first got my first rating of 50% service connection from the VA, I passed by the travel pay window. Now, back then, they were giving $25 every time I would cash money when I would travel from my house in Richmond all the way to the VA. I didn't know that. I passed by the travel window and I said, hey, I asked one of the veterans, I knew, I said, what's that? He said, oh, that's travel pay. You don't qualify for that. Don't worry about it. Just keep going. I didn't go by there for a whole year because he told me that. And I can't tell you who that person was to this day. And he was wrong. And they went back a certain amount of time. It might have been 2 years. They only go back 6 months to a year. But if I'd have did it when I saw it, I would have got that money. Don't listen when one person tell you something. You just, okay. Don't argue with them. Like you say, don't flip that table over. Go to the person that's going to help you. Huh? Talk to me. Now, Alaska Nights, no trouble parking, but not many specialists. That's the only thing I don't like about Richmond. You don't have many specialists. What about that little Sugar Land one? I think they do have any specialists over there. And that one in Conroe. They got one in Conroe. Did I go over all of them? Conroe, Katy, because I'm closer to the one in Katy, even though I live in Richmond. It's good to know that, look, we be traveling some of the same areas. Now, let's see. They let me go to Walmart in Lake Jackson for my eyes this time because they are booked up for a year. See, I didn't know that they do community health care, community care for the eyes, not just dental. I did dental. You taught me something I didn't know. I'm gonna get to you. Let me finish up with Alaska Nights. I never been to Sugar Land one. I've been to Sugar Land, Richmond, and Katy. Now, Sugar Land is part of another hospital building because you'll get confused. It's on a certain floor there. It's not the whole building. Now, let me get Mal B. He said they wouldn't even tell me how to get my VA health card, ID card, where the low vision place was. That's why you got to keep till you talk to somebody that will help, because they try to discourage you. Now let's see what our brother John Jackson says. I'm a firm believer in show me how and or why. That's right. Showing me how and or why. Right. Real talk, brother. Now let's get back to it. Now the appeals process. Now we just been talking about it. So if you get denied, you can go to the BVA, Board of Veteran Appeals, of course. You can go to the high level review, which is the HLR, or you can do a supplemental claim. Now we're gonna break all three of those down. All right. These are the appeal options. There may be more, but these are the main three. Now you say, John just said, my OB, I had such an issue on getting my freaking retirement ID. You finally got it, thank God. Now let's see. You had that blue ID, right? Make sure they gave you that blue one. Okay, Alaskan Ice. I got my glasses in Richmond. I did most of my eye test in Richmond. And I got my glasses up maybe one time. So I guess I need to take my prescription back there for another pair of glasses. Or I may go but direct $50 more variety. Yeah, if you spend more money, you get more variety when you're dealing with those. Let me come up on the screen again. We're gonna continue this here. But so I just get the basic glasses. These are the old ones. The other ones, the screw fell out. So I spent time for me to get another eye exam. These are bifocals, believe it or not. But what she saying? Let's see. Yeah, to get the more expensive glasses, they cover the basic ones. But when you go up, you can get some fancy glasses. You just may have to pay $50 or $100 or more. They pay for some of the glass. You got to pay for the rest of the cost. You get them big time ones. You be walking around like a celebrity, Alaskan Ice. I know how you do it. Mm-hmm. Now, the three types of appeal options. The supplemental VA claim. This is one appeal option. When does this work? Okay, and we're about at the end now, everybody. It ain't that many slides left. Now we're dealing with the appeal process. A supplemental claim, a reviewer will determine whether new or relevant evidence changes the prior decision. Veteran is adding or identifying new and relevant evidence that supports their claim. Okay, so let's say that you ran into one of your homeboys that had pictures of like when you got injured when you were in the military, like we say with Mr. John Brown Jr., who was a paratrooper who jumped out of airplanes with parachutes. He hit the ground. One of his friends was recording when he got injured. So that's new and relevant evidence. Okay. He said, "Yep, my rep did that." Now, that's from Love Love. Now, Love is a dependent of a Vietnam veteran, and his daddy set it up where he gets benefits too. You understand? Because he suffered from the effects of the Agent Orange from his father's time in service, or whatever the ailment was. Now, so the supplemental, this is thanks to Alaskan Ice, because she the one that talked about the supplemental claim. So when you bring this stuff up, type it up, sister, because you're the one that taught me about this supplemental claim. And I thank you so much. Now, they have a duty to assist. Assist with what? The VA has a duty to assist you getting your medical records and your military records, whether they be treatment records or personnel records. Do they always do it? That's what Love was talking about, that duty to assist. Supplemental claims, my rep did. Okay. Now let's talk about that board appeal. All right, y'all gonna kind of like what the H-Town vet come up. I hope y'all like it, because I kind of spruced it up a little bit around here. You understand? Now, board appeal. A veteran law judge at Board of Veteran Appeals will review your unfavorable decision. This happens when you were denied. They're gonna review that denial. Let's talk about the three options. Now look, he say we found a duty to assist error. So everything we talking about here, so y'all need to when anybody that's watching this recorded, or even those of you who are watching it live, when you go back and watch this, because we haven't been on but 2 hours and stuff, you can sit down and watch this and listen and look at the chat and learn everything you need to know. That's why we're breaking it down. Now, remember, when you're at the board appeal, that's why I told you being a veteran is a legal status, being a disabled veteran. Now, let's talk about it. You got 3 options you got options that you can use at the board appeal or the board of veteran appeals. Now, where else you gonna get this information? There are 3 dockets. The veteran must choose a docket out of the 3. Look at what we got there. I'm gonna let y'all look that over. Y'all type a little bit. I'm gonna step away for a second, and I'll be right back. But look over that information on the board appeals right here. Look at that. The 3 dockets: the direct review, evidence submission, and a court hearing. And we're gonna talk about it. Okay, the H-Town vet is back. So I'm going to ask you a question. Y'all had a chance to look over the information. We're going to play catch up here, see if there's anything. So Love say, board did that in my claim appeal, duty to assist. Mine is in the legacy claim. We're going to have to go over that legacy claim and see how that fits in too. How does the legacy claim fits in? Is it different from one of these 3 dockets? Okay. My claim was remanded back to the VA. The board corrected the error and made a decision. Was it a favorable decision? Let us know, love. Now, all right, I think I caught everybody. So let's talk about these 3 dockets. So the 3 dockets are this. You choose one of the dockets. Do you want a direct review? There's no hearing. You can't submit no new evidence. They're just going to make a decision on the information that you give them because you didn't like the decision you got at the regional office. Okay. Now, in addition, let's go to evidence submission. With evidence submission, this is another docket you can choose when you're talking at this level. no hearing, but you can add new evidence and they give you a decision, but no hearing. Now, the court hearing, now that's when you go with a judge, the hearing with the judge, and the judge makes a decision. Huh? Is that all right? Let us continue, family. Now, we talked about the higher level review. We went over that several times. Higher level review. If a veteran disagrees with a VA decision, they can request a DRO, decision review officer, to handle the decision, the contested decision. The DRO will determine whether an error or a difference in opinion changes the decision outcome. All right. Now, let's continue. Remember, there's a lot of word confusion. You say, but what about higher level reviewer? You're talking about a DRO, but it's the same thing. Okay, they might be calling a decision review officer. The new name they use is higher level reviewer. This is a senior VA employee that specializes in dealing with these claims. You can't submit no new evidence. They're going to take the information you got and see did the VA regional office or whoever handled it applied the proper information. Now we're almost done. Then we're going to go over the information there. Now, with a higher level review, you could request an informal conference. Now, I requested one when I was trying to get my permanent total. Okay. And that put them pressure. I guess they didn't want to come in for it. You got to do it within so many days. I don't know if it's 30 or 60, I forget. So you got to request that quick once you get that decision, okay? It's the date on the form that they mail to you. The denial or whatever. Now, here we go. We're in the after party. Come on, family. H-Town Vet coming up on the camera now. You get to see this ugly face for a time. Now, let's see what our sister is saying. Alaskan Ice. What is a supplemental claim? A supplemental claim is a claim filed by an individual who already submit a prior claim that lack required or favorable information to receive a more favorable decision. Now, so basically what's happened here with a supplemental claim, remember we talked about the three roads on this particular way. The supplemental claim is one of three choices. You can do a higher level review supplemental claim, or you can do the Board of Veteran Appeals. We just talked about in detail all three of those options. But the powerful thing about the supplemental claim, you can submit new evidence. Now let's continue what our sister's saying. The VA must re-adjudicate the claim when presented with new and relevant evidence. Now remember what our sister's saying. The evidence has to be new and relevant. That's why you can't be getting nexus letters that don't have the information that's needed on there. They're not going to look at it. So when you got these bootleg representatives out here trying to help you, so-called help you, you better make sure they're giving you the right information. This allows, now let's go back to what our sister said. This allows veterans to challenge an unfavorable decision without the lengthy process of ongoing through the VBA. Supplemental claims are a quicker alternative that allows claimants to submit additional information that wasn't included in the original claim. So you can't remix the same evidence. You got to have new and relevant evidence, okay, when you're dealing supplemental claims. Now let's see what Love says. VA is to correct the error and make a decision, remand from judge. See, so we got people living this in real life, in real time. Love is going through these, what we're talking about here. Now we're going to talk about, if y'all can tell me something about their legacy, please do that because I forget. Legacy claims are totally different. When would you go to a legacy claim instead of dealing with these options that we talking about, the supplemental, the Board of Veteran Appeals, and the high level review? Now, my rep did the supplemental claim, legacy claim. Okay. Now let's see what Alaskan ICE is saying here. Higher level review allows the veteran to resubmit their case to a more experienced member of for review. The senior reviewer will look at all the same information presented in the original claim too. Now let's see what our sister's saying. Then make their own decision. So even though it's a decision been made by whoever went over it, it might have been the regional office, just regular VA raters. This is a more seasoned person. They're gonna make their own decision off of the same paperwork, now off the same claim. Now here's the thing: if they say nah, it shouldn't have been denied, it should have been approved, that's called a difference of opinion, huh? So it's supposed to go in the favor of the veteran. So watch our video, the different types of VA claims, and you're gonna hear about this. You understand? Now let's go back to what our sister's saying. I just have to stop, sister, because you be putting out such hot knowledge. I gotta talk on it. You understand? She give me my talking points, huh? Donald Trump got his talking points. Kamala Harris got hers, but my sister here, Alaskan ICE, give me mine. Okay, a veteran may receive a higher. Let me say this: a veteran may receive a higher rating or more favorable decision if the initial reviewer made any mistakes or did not properly conduct disability assessment. All right. So meaning, if they didn't go over that evaluation or assess you themselves properly using VA law and the regulations book there at the regional office, you can get that thrown out. Man, y'all got a lot of stuff going here, but here we go. Y'all be putting that information. The rating will likely be changed if the new decision benefits the veteran. So if the first decision didn't benefit the veteran, it was unfavorable, but the second decision is favorable, they're supposed to rule when it's equal evidence for and again, they were supposed to rule on the side of the veteran. Did you know that? Okay, the only time a rater can be changed if in a way that is disadvantage to the claimant is if there's clear evidence of a major error that indisputably proves the original decision was correct. But this usually is not the case, but it can happen because the person that's doing it is they call them a high level reviewer now. I'm still stuck on the old term decision viewers. Love say, Alaskan ICE, you are good. Now she's not just good, she's great. I mean, she'll be here. Our sister Sherry be coming, bringing it, and we be having different people coming into the room, and we appreciate you. And we appreciate also our female audience because y'all bring the energy that we need. We need that balance, male and female. Now, legacy, all claims and appeals in the system prior to February 19, 2019 that have not received a decision are called legacy claim. That's why I remember it was that date. Anything before that, anything after don't fall under legacy. But that date, February 19, 2019. These claims and appeals are subject to the rules in the force prior to February 19, 2019. There could be hundreds of thousands of legacy claims still being processed. What's taking them so long? So love say VA appeal team, regional office. Whoa, Lord, y'all put. I got to catch up. When I left for a second, y'all went at it. Sounds like my C claim. Okay, claim file. Okay, John say, how do you get service connected changed to combat related? You file a claim saying that there's an error. If there's error, so now how do you get changed to combat related? So this they do a lot. So you might been a combat veteran. That's what I'm assuming what you're saying, John. But they gave you a rating based on a non-combat issue, or it was a combat issue, but they gave you a non-combat rating. Is that what you're saying? Either way, you're gonna get paid the same, but you do want them to be correct on what they did for you there. You're right. What do appeal team mean at the VA? Appeal team, remember, the total appeal team is they either have a group. You need to go watch back and watch our video. We have video on that. You have the appeal team. It could be a group of people looking at your claim, but the problem with that is they may all work on your claim at different times, or the other part of the appeal team is that higher level reviewer where you have a senior person handling your claim. That's what I would prefer, especially if you feel that you'll get a better decision. Alaskan, I say the board appeal may be an option if you submit your request within 1 year of the decision on your initial claim, supplemental claim, high level review. 1 year time frame starts from the date on the decision letter. You can request a board appeal only after these types of claims or decision reviews: an initial claim, a supplemental claim, a high level review claim. Okay. So then you can start talking about going to the board. Okay. Now, I am going through this. I set mine for a high level review. They sent it back because it was a difference of opinion, sent it back to the regional office for duty to assist errors. How many of y'all are getting duty to assist errors? Man, that's a lot of duty to assist. They are being incompetent over there. You can't request 2 board appeals in a row for the same claim. I did not know that. Please, we're going to leave this up here for a second. I want y'all to marinate on what she just said. I didn't know that. You cannot request 2 board appeals in a row for the same claim. Did not know. Thank you, sister. Y'all look at that. Now, Alaskan I said, love, good on your duty to assist area. We wish you the best. Okay, this is related to CRSC. Tell me what that means, because y'all know I'm not good with the acronyms. So everybody else can know too. Alaskan Ice. Kevin, good. Okay, good. Okay, let us know what that means. That's CRSC. I know it's maybe dealing with some with service connection. Alaskan Ice. Love say Alaskan Ice. My appeal keeps changing. You are so right. Yes, indeed. That's why we got this knowledge here. Now, okay, Kevin say, thanks, Alaskan Ice, thanks. Now, do you see how this happens? Now, you go to some of these other places, you on them channels, they want to be the smartest person in the room. No, here at the H-Town Vet, we are a facilitator. I speak on what I know, and I refer to others that do know when I don't know. This is how we help each other. Huh? Now, Alaskan Nights, a lot. I have had 8 DDT errors. Wow. Duty to assist error. That's a man. And yeah, you've been fighting, so she had experience. I had 9. Wow, Kevin had 9 due to assist errors. Love. Let's see what love say. Alaskan Ice thanks. Do you see how appreciation and respect? You know, look, kindness. My grandma used to say, understanding beats the world. If you have an understanding, open mind, and listen to a person, people that are helping you and appreciating them, you're gonna get farther. Huh? Now, combat related special compensation. This is a reference to the withholdings I mentioned earlier. Oh, look, you know what you need. You need to get that code sheet and look over it. All right, watch our video on the code sheet. Yes, indeed. Now look, now Alaskan Ice, our sister, talking to you now. John Jackson, rating code sheet have the war errors on them. See, that's, man, I didn't even read that yet. You see how we look? Let me tell you something. Alaskan Ice breaking it down. We're on the same page. See, if we keep doing this over time, all of us gonna be talking. I'm gonna be saying, I want to be important. I'm H-Town vet. Why y'all know as much as I do? Because you're supposed to, because that's how we help each other grow. You understand? Now, maybe you can get, this is what our sister Alaskan Ice said, maybe you can get it changed at the regional office, or they can tell you how to do it. Yes. Love, you're welcome. Okay, my OB says, this is hell. It's not law semantics. It's adding weird killer rules. They like that can't claim 2 in a row. What the, the H? Now, okay, let's be done. ICE, okay. Yes, all of my deployments are on the code sheet. What code do you have at the top of that code sheet, though, brother? Does it say, look on your code sheet and look for combat code? Does it say 1 or does it say 2? Let us know when you get a chance. If not tonight, you find it. Does it say 1 or 2? If it's 1, they saying it's non-combat related. If it say 2, it's saying it's combat related. Look for that on the VA code sheet. Huh? Now, my OB said code sheets have our era. Fantastic. How do I get request that? They say, yeah. You requested, you can go to your VSO, or I think Alaskan Ice went straight up to the Houston VA regional office. See if your regional office will give it to you just walking up there. If they don't, you keep trying till you get it. Ice is about to start her own channel. Laugh out loud. Oh, he getting messy. Ice, and we're gonna do everything we can to support her. Ice, don't forget me when you blow up. Huh? My father was a combat veteran, boots on the ground, Vietnam, died waiting on his Agent Orange and radiation exposure claims. We would say, thank you, Ice. Now, love. My father was an E8 Marine. I don't know if they call them gunnery sergeants, because in the Army call them master sergeant. I bet it says 4. Now, I forget. Now, remember, I broke all of them down. I ain't got them. We might have to go back over that VA code sheet again, because that sounds like an interesting topic. We might have to go back over that again. We did that one, and we're going to have to do that one again. Now let's see what our brother Joseph Price says. If you are TDIU, can you own a business? And if so, can you work at your business? If, like if the family member's running it, and I want to tell you, when you're dealing with, I've heard that there's about to be some changes on the work part of TDIU. I haven't confirmed it yet, so be real careful on that because you're supposed to be working in a sheltered environment. I don't know if you're owning the business, that's different. That's showing that you're employable because you might be an employer. It depends. Keep it low profile. You understand? Does the VA consider allergies as sinus? From what D Law was telling us, I think so. Okay, look, John, he said, I got my code sheet from the regional office here in Houston. Speak to the people at the speak to the people at the desk, and they will have you fill out a form, then print it. Okay. He say, easy. Alaska Knight said, John Jackson, you're welcome. That's why we enjoy having you here, Alaska Nights, because you bring that flow, that energy. I don't want to just be sitting here telling everything I know. I put out the presentation. I want to know what y'all know. We gonna grow together. You understand? Now let's see. Alaska Nights, and go back and watch that last live stream. Every time in the after party, we be talking about some powerful stuff. We talked about the VA home loans. We was all coming up with good information about that VA home loan benefit. Now, Alaska Knight said a VA rating code sheet is a document that accompanies every VA rating decision on veterans' claim. It is essentially a blueprint of each veteran's claim and payment history with the VA. The code sheet shows all of the veterans' conditions were rated for and to include the diagnostic code. That's right, meaning what is the code that go along with that condition? Disability condition name, type of service connection, whether the disability is static. Man, do you see it? The dates of service connection and your current VA disability rating for the condition. Huh? Did you hear that? I did that over a whole video. She just broke it down over a few seconds, huh? Now let's see. He say master, okay, master sergeant, drill sergeant, okay. E8 is a master sergeant, okay. Oh, so it's the same there. I didn't know. All right. Love say thanks, Kevin. I just like how we're helping each other. Now, okay, Joseph Price say thanks, H-Town. Man, we helping each other. Okay, where's D-Law, Frog Princess, and Major tonight? I don't know. I talked to Major earlier. He's doing duty because, you know, he's helping with a family member. And so he been pretty busy. But we talked for a good little while earlier, okay? D-Law he just got what did he get? Did he get 80%? And he been busy on his stuff. And sometimes he contact me behind the scenes. He'll get in the chat and he keep me updated, but he be busy. You know how it happen. I miss him because having people like that here, man, yeah, I don't know. This means the world to me. Look, let me tell you something. I'm at a channel where competent people, I can sit there and close my mouth and just let the chat read off, and we'll get all type of information. Now, Mal B says, I have to be reminded again next week, brain injury. Please be patient. Can't see well. TBI bad. New memories. I will follow you and Alaskan Ice. You guys are patient and genius. This is what we're here for. That's why when Alaskan Ice was talking about all I'm doing is copying and pasting. No, you not. We got people here. You, our brother Angel, our brother Mr. International. Y'all bringing that knowledge. And D-Law, when he in it, all of us are being supportive. I learned so much from y'all. So they okay. It's always better to listen and learn. Do you hear me? I'm going to sit back and soak up game. See, this is what you have to learn, especially when we're dealing with our young people. We got to stop talking over them and let them, because they're going to be the leaders in the future. We can't just be bulldogging them. I was at the barbershop talking to a young fella. He in his early 20s, and we was, I was saying something, and he was talking to me about it respectfully, and he was disagreeing because he didn't understand what I was saying. And after we talked for a while, he said, "Oh, now I understand where you're coming from." We was able to get clarity, and he might know something. He told me what his comeback code is. I'm about to get to you, John Jackson. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's what mine was. Comeback code 1. But I bet you on that same paper, do it say you service connected for being in the war? For a Gulf War or Iraqi freedom or Afghanistan or something? That's the contradiction. It's supposed to be code 2. We're going to have to go over that code sheet again. Mao B said, last guy said, no problem to Mao B. Here we go. Joseph Price. Has anyone got assistance with debt consolidation from a company called VDA, Veteran Debt Assistance? I ain't never heard of them. Are they legitimate? He said it's code 1. You're going to get a copy of it. Don't give me your original. And you're going to send in things saying that this is incorrect. Now, how would he go about it? You were saying he should fill out. Now, he said, love, H-Town, I see you got more subscribers since the last time I was here. Doing good. Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay. Now I ain't got no 43,000. Hold on. He said I got 4. I wish I had 143,000. I got 1,400. Thank you for putting me up, but I ain't there yet. Here, this is the thing. You know why my channel growing? I haven't been around a year yet. It ain't been but about 9 months. You know why? Because people like y'all bringing this information. People like our brother coming here, Tariq coming in here, and taking y'all time out. And people can identify with y'all. See, you don't see this other places. We need more of this here. Now, let's see what he said. Okay. Hold on, I messed up. I jumped over Kevin. I'm sorry, Kevin. Kevin said, I need to talk to you, H-Town Vet. Well, email me, and we'll get in contact that way. All right, through the H-Town Vet Northside at gmail.com. And you can look back over the screen. You should be able to find it on my channel too. And I'm going to pull it up here in a minute. He said, facts, Tariq. Yeah, I wish I did have 43,000 subscribers. If I had, hold on. Who is this? Speak of I ain't going to say the devil, but one of his imps. Uh-oh. Hold on, Major Boomer. Good evening, family. I finally have made it. I hope everyone is doing great tonight. Everybody show some love to Major Boomer. Now, Angel says, those scamming VA service companies and CNP examiners learn from our president who stole the election. Woo! Oh boy, you better be glad T.I. ain't here, TJ here, boy, they be going back and forth. Him and Angel. Angel, they be giving it, man. They be at each other and they cool as heck with it. Now, right, everything says Gulf War incurred static disability, made the MA. Let me ask you this. Look up top when it says future exams. What does it say up there? Tell John Jackson, tell me what it say up top there. And Kevin, let us know. I want to hear from you, brother. Okay. Kevin Senior says, evening, Boomer. My OB say, Major Boomer and Angel B. My brother Angel. Angel be spitting that high fire. Tariq said 100%, John Jackson. Yeah, I had the same thing on mine. It had a comeback code of 1, but it's saying I'm service connected for the Gulf War. Which is it then? Oh, and y'all need to talk our brother, Mr. International. You need to talk to him. He know how to do that. Let him know. Stop being so humble, Mr. International. Tell him no. This man got knowledge. I could sit, if he had the time, I could sit and talk to him for 10 hours because this man has taught me so much. I ain't lying to you. He be talking real talk, man. And he got that information. He can tell you. You talk to him if you're interested. Let him know. You contact me and I get your information to him. Okay. Angel is here, chunking rocks. Oh, he throwing stones, huh? Why you out there? Let me tell you, like George Strait said. He said, "Why you burning bridges, angels? Burn one for me when you get time." I used to be in a trail riding group. We used to listen to George Strait. I still listen to George Strait. I think he out of Fort Worth, Dallas area. Now, thanks very much, everyone. Yeah, because we love you. And my OB said, Mr. Dina, thank you too. Yes. Now that's key. No future exam. My father. Okay, your father had no. See, he got his father's information. Okay. Major Bume, Mr. International is great. Yeah, the man helped me out a lot. Thank you, brother. Future exam. None made the math. Yeah, you know FVA math. None made the math. Okay. And I wonder. Oh, Thomas is here. What's up, family? Thomas. Now let's see. No problem. Mile B from Mr. International. Kevin Senior says, hide your pets. Where is Dogface Soldier? Did I skip that one? Somebody asked about Dogface Soldier. I must have missed that one. I had to miss that. Yeah. Angel say, where is Dogface Soldier? I'm sorry, brother, for missing that. Where is Dogface Soldier? Dogface Soldier been busy. He been doing things, okay? We here. And when y'all feel down or sad, you know we here as family. Contact us because we'll do an impromptu live stream just to cheer you up. Huh? You ain't getting sad. You ain't trying to take yourself out. You ain't gonna leave me here with all these crazy people. You're gonna have to suffer with me. I gotta deal with all these knuckleheads out in these streets. They mad, wonder why I don't have to work, why they gotta do this and I don't have to do it. That ain't got nothing to do with me. That ain't got nothing to do with the price of tea in China. You understand? What you eat don't make me fat, so I don't get in your business. Huh? Now look what Mr. National say. I got a veteran records today. Now listen to what he said. And he didn't know he was service connected for his left knee since 1993. Where that money at? I mean 1973. So he's service connected since 1973, and he didn't even know it. Y'all better hear me. He's a certified claim agent. You have to check his credentials with the VA. So y'all need to talk to him to see if he can help you. VA math is a topic in itself. Yes, because I'm gonna tell you, sometimes the VA math, I know I could almost tell you. So let's say I'm gonna try to do it this way. Let's say you got one rating for 50%. All right, you got 50%. And then now follow me. That's like it's $1. So 50 cents is gone. You only have 50 cents left. So if you get 50% on another disability, that's only half of the remaining amount. So you have 2 quarters left. You only get that 1 quarter because that's half of the 50% that's left. So boom, you got like about a 75% rating that rounds up to about 80% once it's 75. Y'all didn't know it rounds up too. Now, then it becomes more confusing. They got VA calculators to do this. If it's just for your knees or your feet, You just get the straight rating. So I know people that have 10% for one knee, 10% for the other knee, and 10% for one foot, 10% for the other foot, and they get 40%, depending on what the condition is. Okay, but most of them use VA math, but not the knees and ankles. Okay, my father's comeback code is 1. What do that mean? That means that was non-combat injury. He has an injury that's non-combat related. And if that's not true, that needs to be corrected. They always put that error in there. They put it on mine too. Okay, Thomas, he said, Thomas, sorry, I am just joining the party. That's okay. I had to watch my New York Yankees beat the Boston Red Sox in the Yankee Stadium. Go Yankees. Salute. Now here's the thing. Go back and watch the live stream. We went over the whole claim process using the hypothetical Mr. John Brown Jr., his son, Mr. John Brown's son, and we talked about an ankle injury from start to finish, okay? It took us about 2 hours to go over it because everybody was giving information, but it was a blessing. Mr. International is laughing. Hold on, we got somebody. We got Vincent Jackson in here trying to get 100%. I am 90% to 92%. What he's talking about is, see, that's why y'all don't realize. One thing, Mr. Vincent Jackson, I am the H-Town vet, and we'd like to welcome you to this live stream, okay? A place where you're going to get information that you're not going to get anywhere else. Why? Because it's not me. I am a VA facilitator. That's just something I'm telling you. I facilitate the information. I have some knowledge, but we're in a room with knowledgeable people, and we grow together. There's no experts here. We are the experts. You understand? And we trying to help you get this in. Once you get a 90% rating, my brother, it's hard to get to 100% because you would almost, once you get a 90% rating, you would almost have to get 100% rating on the next condition. Because the higher rating you are, the harder it is. But everybody say shout out to our brother Vincent. Anything we can do to help you. Are you working? Have you filed for unemployability? A salute from our brother Mr. International, thanking Boomer for his kind comment. My OB said, damn, can't wait to see you so you can straighten me out. That's what we here for, brother. Okay, square me away, please. That's what we doing. Now, bilateral factors too. That's what I'm talking about, bilateral. When you have two ankles, that's what I'm talking about. You called it right, Kevin. I didn't call it by the right terminology. So if you got 2 ankle injuries, bilateral, that's 10% for each one. You know, that's how they do it. So it adds up to 20%. That's when the math is direct math when you're dealing with bilateral. Now, let's see what Thomas say. Okay, we'll do H-Town. I will go back and check out the videos and look through the topics and sometimes just play them one after another. You're going to learn something in every video. See, let me tell you something. He said, I appreciate it. Let me tell you something, Vincent. Brother Vincent, let me tell you something. As much as you come here, you're going to get some help. You're going to learn something new every time because I learn new things. And I'm pretty knowledgeable when it comes to VA benefits. However, I don't know everything. They talk about Social Security here. I didn't know much about Social Security, but they be people like Alaskan Ice, D-Law, Angel, Bernie. They be breaking it down. Now, Love is a dependent of a veteran. Boyd wrote, my father was a combat veteran. Okay. Because he's in Vietnam. But they may get his code wrong on the code sheet. Check and make sure it's a 2. That show that your conditions are service connected. He say, welcome, or Kevin say, welcome, Vincent. So they welcome you to the family, man. Okay, JFC, really, the higher you get, the harder it is to get rated. So that's why when you start getting around the 90% range, you want to file for something like a mental health rating because you can jump up far. Follow me, especially before they do these changes. So let's say you got 90% for conditions, and part of it is mental health. Remember, mental health ratings right now, till they make the changes, is 0%, 10%. Then it jumped from 10 to 30, from 30 to 50, from 50 to 70, and from 70 to 100. I had a 70% rating for PTSD, and when I got an increase, they could ain't no 80 or 90%. I went straight to 100%. Huh? Now, if you were at 90, I went ahead. If you were at 90, I went ahead and rolled the dice and put in for IU. They call it unemployability, but you can put in for IU or TDIU, but it's called unemployability. And see what happened then. If you're not, they're gonna ask the last day you work. So if you're still working, it may be hard to get it because it's based on you being unemployable. You're not 100% when you have unemployability, but they pay you at the 100% rate, and you get most of the benefits. Okay, you can get the tax breaks in most states, like Texas. They allow you to get the tax exemption at the state level. You get the same amount of pay for any 100%, but you don't get the CHAMP VA healthcare or the Chapter 35 for your children. The only thing you'll be denied, and the fact that if it's just IU, individual unemployment, is temporary. They might be calling you for the evaluation. Oh, y'all going so fast. I got to catch up with this. Let's say you say, I spoke to a VSO today and she used the VA calculator, the DVA calculator. I need another 50%. Reach that magical 100%. Really, because you're 90%. So basically, you got to get half of what it takes to get. So you got to get half, at least 50% or more, so it to average up to 100. Unless you get a condition that's at 100%. 100%. Thanks, Mr. International from Boomer, Major Boomer. Major Boomer says, you're welcome, Vincent. Mr. H-Town, you telling the secrets. He said, I'm telling the secret. See, that's a joke. That's the inside joke, brother, that you just came in there. I think that's Vincent. He said, that's the inside joke. I said, ain't no secrets. I say, but one time they cash out me. I said, I'm going to start telling all the secrets. Huh? When they put a little money in your pocket, you start wanting to tell everything, huh? Yeah, there's secrets over here. You go in this room, you get that. And if you walk over here, you know, all that, man, nobody got time for that. The only way you're going to win is you have evidence backed up by VA law. Don't take no paperwork from nobody that you getting them $2,000, $3,000 or $1,000 or whatever for a Nexus letter, and they ain't got the doctor's name on it. Come on now. Come on now. Because the VA gonna say, what a doctor's signature at? You could have wrote this. Okay. Love. Let's see what Love saying. Board already ruled on that, on the record, black and white. Okay. Let's see what our brother Vince is saying. Recently had a heart attack. My condolences. We thank you for God for being here, brother. We pray for you, okay? We pray God's blessings on you. And waiting for CPAP for OSA. Okay, obstructive sleep apnea. You know, let me ask you this here. Do you think your sleep apnea is service connected? And don't wait on no sleep machine. You need to go up there to the emergency room, tell them you need something. Put some pressure by going to that emergency room and talking to them doctors. Don't sit around and wait for it. You go up there and tell them you have a problem breathing. You don't want to have no more problems like that obstructing. Now, is there a video on correcting the combat code? There's a video on the combat code. You get with a service office to help correct that. You need to make sure you file for correcting of. You go up there and ask them what the rules are for doing it. But it tells you each combat code. There are 4 of them. Go watch our video, the VA rating code sheet, and talk to your service officer or somebody like that to help you on how to correct that. Because they change the forms from time to time. So I don't like to say use this form, that form. Now, so I learned, took notes on appeal challenges, VA credentials, weirdos who say that they are doing something. They say that. My OB said. Now let's see what Mr. International say. Depression due to the physical limitations of your service-connected orthopedic conditions. So listen to what our brother Mr. International is saying. You can have physical ailments that cause you to be depressed. And the depression will be secondary to your physical injuries. Am I right, Mr. International? Now, you can have migraines that are service connected, but the migraines are so debilitating that you get depressed. The depression could be secondary to your service connected migraines, and you might get more compensation or a higher percentage for the depression than you do for the service connected migraines. The service connected migraines might be a 0% or 30%, but you might get 60 or 80%. I mean, not 60, 70 or 100% for the mental health condition of depression or whatever it is. But all mental health conditions are rated the same, meaning they have the same rating schedule. The DBQ is a little different from PTSD has its own DBQ, depression has its own, and say something other than PTSD, they have their own. They have a special one, I think, but they all have pretty much the same information on them. Even eating disorders and insomnia are considered mental health conditions. Did you know that? Now, let's see what Alaskan Ice says. IU or TDIU, they will see if they can rate your current condition higher to see if they can get your true 100% before giving you IU or TDIU. So yeah, so when it said true 100%, she's talking about a scheduler 100%. Now with a scheduler 100%, either you have one condition that's rated at 100%, or all your conditions add up to 100%, like what y'all were talking about earlier, Vincent, and our other brother there. You're talking about, you're 90%, but you try John Jackson, you're trying to get it you're trying to get a schedule of 100%. That's hard, but it can be done. But if you file for unemployability and you'll be paid at 100% rate, if it's TDIU, that's a permanent rating, like 100% permanent total. The only restrictions are you can't work beyond the poverty level, which is $16,000, or if you do work, it must be in a sheltered environment. Hold on, where I'm at? Oh, I got to catch up. Vincent say, I'm on Social Security insurance since 2017. So you get both. That's good. Now, did one help get the other? Did your VA compensation help you get your Social Security, or did your Social Security help you get your VA disability? What's the difference between my DIC and my father's DIC? DIC, that's from your father. Not you. The only way you get a death benefit like DIC is that you get it for a person who's passed that's service connected. Bilateral platters, fatigue, I can't say a word, aggravated by military service. Okay. Now, Alaskan Ice say, TDIU, this must be true. You can't hold down a steady job. Now, you listen to person talking about working earlier. You cannot hold down a steady job that supports you financially, known as substantial gainful employment, because of your service-connected disability. Odd jobs, marginal, give me a second here, employment don't count. So if you work in jobs that don't help survive, just menial job, that's one thing. But if you own a business, that's substantial gainful employment. All right. If you're making enough to take care of yourself. Now, and one of these must be true. You have at least one service-connected disability rated at 60% or more disabling, or you have 2 or more service-connected disabilities at. Let's see. I don't see where you. I don't see the rest of it. 2 that add up to 70%, but one of them is 40%. I don't see her other part. It didn't come out. So let's see. Okay. Get names and numbers, whereabouts. Don't use meals, come like puppy meals that have no real MDs with license. NPs is signature addresses. Make sure that you talking to professional medical doctors and you know their credentials, because they got to be on these forms. Now, Alaska Knight says, okay, yeah, we said that. He laughing. Our brother, Mr. International. Thank you, Major Boomer. I think I went over that. Now, love say father had DCI pending. What do that mean? I don't know. Was he getting it for somebody else? Now you can't get that unless the person deceased. He say, Thomas say, preach H-Town, help drop some knowledge on these on them vets. Salute, sir, salute. Now let's talk to our sister Alaska Nice. Well, let's see what she's breaking down about VA-DIC for spouses, dependents, and parents. Remember, if you have a dependent parent, they own your benefits, they can get it too if you don't have no wife or children, or they might divide it between all 3. Parents, your survivor, spouse, child, or parent of a service member who died in the line of duty, or the survivor of a veteran who died from a service-connected injury or illness, you may be able to get a tax-free monetary benefit called VA Dependency Indemnity Compensation, or DIC. Now, remember, it's tax-free and it's about $1,600. Now, somebody tell me, do y'all know if we're going to get a raise or not? Now, let's see what Mr. National said. Depression aggravated by bilateral hearing loss. Some people are embarrassed by hearing aids. Yeah, but some people don't like hearing aids. Now, last night, a VA disability benefits are available for service members who develop mental health conditions due to their experiences. Now, this could be combat or non-combat. You could have been on a car wreck on base, and that could have caused you to develop mental health problems. All right? Now, to qualify for compensation, you need a current diagnosis of a mental health disorder, proof of an accident or event on active duty that caused the disorder. Let me ask you this here. I'm gonna read the rest. If you're a victim of domestic violence while you're in the military, and let's say you're the service member, but your spouse put hands on you, would that be considered on active duty? Would you be covered for that? And medical records connecting your diagnosis with the incident in service. So you're depressed because of that condition or illness. Okay. The VA rates mental health conditions based on the severity of their impact on social and work function. That's what we talked about earlier. Can you do regular tasks? Bathe yourself. Go out and around other people. Then we talk about work function, meaning work limitations. Using a percentage-based scale ranging from 0 to 100%. But you only get it for 6 ratings now. They don't down, but it is from 0 to 100%. Examples of a mental health disorder that qualify include PTSD, amnesia. I didn't know that. Anxiety and eating disorders. I didn't know about amnesia. Great question, SSDI to VA to Social Security. Okay. Love. Okay, that's good. Alaska Nice. What was the question? Love, say. Let's see what okay, I'm almost caught up with y'all now. SSDI helps with getting my VA disability. Okay. For my back injury from tank incident loading up the main gun. I was in 1st Armored Division. I was in a M1A1 tank. What are you in? I was a loader, driver, all that. Doing Desert Storm. A fella, 19 kilo. Okay. Alaskan I say, love. Maybe it was not complete. You need to speak to someone at the VA, probably regional office or VSO, Veteran Service Office. Now let's see. John Jackson, Mr. International, dropping knowledge. Do you hear what I'm saying? See, competent people draw competent people around them. My grandma used to say, "Money draw money." So if you got a car, everybody want to give you a ride. If you got a pocket full of money, everybody want to loan you some money. But when you get broke, everybody gone, right? You ever notice people that got money, people trying to get them something free all the time? Am I right? Okay, Mal B, just lost parents caring for 8 years. It's expensive, exhausting. Be prepared. My condolence. Just lost parents caregiving. Now, did you say your parents passed or you lost their caregiver? Let us know. Okay. I would think any injury that happened in service, you can get hurt playing basketball or turning flips. That counts as service connection. Yes, neighbor that lived over here played basketball. He got service connected 70%. Another guy that I was in the middle, that's why I started getting my benefits. Another guy who was going to the college with me, he was playing softball for the Army. I didn't know the military had a softball team. He injured his leg. He had like 30%. Did you hear what I just said? Love say, yes, Alaska Nice. My father, DIC, was pending before he died. He got granted after his death, after I had the investigation done, all that came up on my DIC helpless child claim. Okay. Mr. International, if you get into a fight doing service, you can claim unspecified trauma. I like that terminology. Yeah, that's good. That's a mental health condition. I ain't heard that one in a long time. Now, make sure you're not the cause of it. And even if you are, you can relate it back to some other trauma. All right. Now, I heard Major Boomer say, I heard you, Mal B. I know that is and was a very difficult situation for you. Yes, indeed. Alaskan Ice. Love. Okay. Now let's see what Vincent Jackson, our brother, saying here. Okay. DS, X M1 tank, 24th Infantry Division, Fort Stewart, Georgia. What you talking about, man? I was stationed at Bamberg, Germany, Fort Carson, Colorado. Where did you get your training? My training was at Fort Knox, Kentucky. Now let's see. He says, H-Town vet, we have another tanker, 19 kilo. Let's go and help Israel. Oh, man, I'm staying out of it. My name Bennett, and I ain't in it. Huh? I'm hearing you, brother, but I'm going to let them fight their own fights. I'm trying to hold it down over here on the American side with my people. We fighting for reparations. We fighting for these policemen to stop hemming us up, pulling us out of cars, catching us by ourselves, and harming black men. Now, when they come over here, guess what? DJ Khaled is Palestinian. Do you see him standing up for the Palestinians? They don't ask him no questions. But I hear you, brother. My PTSD might act up if we go there. What? Who gonna provide the tank? Hold on, Angel. If we go over there, who gonna provide the tank, man? Oh man, where you gonna get our tank at? And how they gonna let us back in the tank? I'm trying to claim my parents as my dependents. There are income restrictions. They can't make but so much money, John Jackson. They are concerned that it will affect their pension and Social Security. Some of my injuries ratings were from my motorcycle accident while on active duty. Okay. Now, that happens. Now, my OB says, thanks, Major Boomer. Hope you haven't experienced the same trying to. Let me take these headsets off because hope you haven't experienced the same trying to. Seem like I can read better with them on there. Okay. Tried like heck to find a way to connect the veterans to LTC, and I don't know what that is, the window, but it never worked. God forbid it happened to anyone. Well, hold on. Gunner, Sabo tank identified. BMP on the way. Up. Now you supposed to say up on the way. Y'all got me traumatized. Don't be talking that tank stuff. Now, the best tank movie, Denzel Washington was in it, Courage Under Fire. It wasn't a tank movie, but it had what you saw in Courage Under Fire. That's what I experienced in Vietnam. That's what I was doing. Let's see here. He say Fort Knox, Kentucky. I forget where I was at. Disney barracks. I forget what barracks I was in. Did you go Pain and Agony, Vincent? Vincent, did you go Gunner, Sabo tank, Gunner, Heat, BMP? Them Sabo rounds. These are the rounds, big rounds. My sergeant, when we was over there, you know how you open that door to transfer the rounds over? That big door, he told the guy to drive off the tank while I was transferring the round, and that steel door crushed the round to this big. And I was yelling like I was in the mood. Because I thought about to blow up. He said, you mad at me? I said, yeah, that was stupid, Sergeant. You don't tell me to transfer rounds and have him move the tank. Mr. Nash, John Jackson, file for service connection for your scars. Yes, for your scars, my brother. Yes. Especially if you have that condition that affects people who have bumps on their skin. That's considered scarring. I got to put my glasses back on. Okay. Let's see what he said. Major Boomer says, Vincent, I was at Fort Stewart assigned to the 298th MP Company. Oh, he military police. Then was sent to HAFF in Savannah, Georgia. Now, John Jackson, Mr. International, I was tracking that. Okay. Hold on. Hold on, Mr. National Lad. I gotta say something. Where my sister Sherry been? Earlier? Hold on. She said she want to come on camera. Listen to what she's saying. My sister says she want to come on camera. Let me get all this here stuff straight. Hold on. Let me get my head done, my little ball spot showing. Hold on. My sister want to come on camera. I know I'm almost cut. Let me catch you. I'm about to pull you the link. Veteran Dad and Widow Falls of my OB. Okay. Oh, I forgot about Heartbreak. See up there, we tankers. They got these hills, agony, misery, and heartbreak. And you walk down when you going on your marches, you can fall down that thing, and everybody start rolling. Now, Major Boom, I'm about to pull you up, Sister McCoy. I'm gonna send you the link. My OB going through elder care situation now. We pray for you and your family, brother. I am with you, Angel. Yes, 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 indeed. God bless you. That door on those tanks are thick. Yes, they buried the round over there in Desert Storm, and we had already the fight. You know, we wasn't fighting at the time, but this man had booted tank, and man, they buried the round, the Sabo round. It wasn't as thick as my arm when they crushed it, and you know that thing is incendiary. It melts steel like butter. I'm telling you, man, that was some crazy stuff to see. The closest thing I saw to real combat, if you watch that movie Saving Private Ryan, the tank scenes, that's how it really happened. That's why I couldn't watch that movie no more. That's what tanks do. And tankers, tankers, they don't take tankers as hostage because they consider us cowards because we're in a big old steel box. So when we come out, they pop us. That's what they did on Saving Private Ryan. They don't play. They'll let a pilot make it before they let us make it. Major Boomin, I know exactly where you were. Roger that. Okay. I'm almost there. I'm about to pull you up, Sherry. Please don't go. He say, ball spot. That's right. But I ain't trying to get no toupee. Major Boomer, it's hell. And then you're going doing this too. Okay. Okay. Shine your ball spot. Can I spit shine it like my boots? Now, Vincent, okay, Brother Angel says, Vincent, he say 45D, 1989 to 1991, Desert Shield, Desert Storm. Let's see if y'all remember. Let's see if y'all remember. What was it called? Our first, when we in Desert Storm, it was Desert Shield. What was it first before it became Desert Shield? It was, it ended up being Desert Storm, but it was Desert Shield before that. But what was it called before that? See if y'all remember. Boomer say, great, Sherry. Sherry said, I had to help someone out to that. We understand our sister. Sister Sherry, if you don't know, Brother Vincent, this is a kind, good people, God-fearing woman, really supportive, help anything for the channel and for anybody here. And just all these people. You see what this is real stuff here. And sometimes they be talking trash, especially the guy, man, when Dogface Soldier come in here, they be riding him hard, man. But it's all in love. Now, Courage Under Fire tank scenes were nearly accurate. Nearly accurate. You're right about that. You're right about that. But the real thing is, what do you think? My issue was there were very seldom that our tanks would get in front of each other like that. That's and even though he told them to turn lights on, that's very dangerous. We don't believe in turning lights on because that make you a direct target. Okay. You're right, my OB, and thanks. Now we're gonna get ready. That's very time specific. Yes. Now let me I'm gonna pull out. I'm gonna copy this link. And Sister Sherry, I'm gonna try to pull up the email, and I'm gonna send you the link. All right. So if you ever email me, I'll have your email and I can send it to y'all. So if you ever want to come up, don't y'all start acting up this old silly thing. Okay, let me see. Let me see my sisters. Sister Sherry, give me a second. Mhm. And Sister Sherry is a continual donator too. I tell you, a blessing. Now let me see all y'all, whether you do or not. Let me try to send this link to her. All right. All right. So, sister, we just sent you the link. You come on. Now let us know. If you don't want to come on camera, you let us know. And we'll just, but if you want to be on the camera, that's okay too. I sent you the link. Okay. Angel says, I don't remember any conflict prior to Desert Shield. Now I'm talking about it was Desert Shield, but it was called Desert Fox at first. Am I right? At first it was called Desert Fox, Desert Shield, then Desert Storm. I'm talking about that same conflict. Now, is there long-term care for veterans yet because I'm going down? Yeah, that's a long-term care. They got facilities. What state are you in? They got several for here in Texas, they got long-term care for veterans. So my OB say yes, there's a fight. Oh, hold on. We got some people in the house. Y'all ready? Wave your hand if you want to come up on camera, sister. Make sure you sound on. Can you hear me? Wave if you can hear me. Sister Sherry, can you talk? Say something. Now let me pull your mic. Cause you want me to pull you up? Can you hear me? All right, I'm gonna pull you to the stage. Sister Sherry, can you hear me? Start talking. So we got our sister Sherry. I'm gonna tell her to start talking. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Check your sound. Check your sound.
It's weird. I can't hear you.
Unplug your headset and see what happens. We can hear you. Check your sound. Check your sound.
Okay.
There's going to be a delay.
Oh, okay.
Now, can you hear me now? Talk. There's going to be a delay. Now check your so go into your settings where it say sounds on your
I hear you fine because I got the TV on, but it's just
no, you can't have the program going too. You need to take that off. You see the you got me playing in the background. You gotta mute the
okay.
live stream. Hello? Now can you hear us? Everybody say hi to Sherry. Bernie say hello, Sister Sherry. Welcome. You can plug it in if you need to. If
mic.
Can you hear me?
Weird.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me. Leave it like that.
Okay.
Now tell us how you doing. Tell everybody who you are, what branch of service you was in. They say good to see you, Sister Sherry.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, because see, there's a delay, so you can't go by what you're watching over there. So they're gonna get a delay because people might come up here and do crazy stuff, so they have to have a delay.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Yeah, so you can't go by looking at that. I used to do that the first time I would have the live streams. I was looking at that and trying to talk through the phone, but it was a delay. Now look at them. Everybody say, "Hey," Angel say, "Hey, Sherry." Then we got Mal B say hi. We got
Hi.
Joe say hi, Sherry. We have Vincent say hello, Sherry. Look at all the love you receiving.
Oh, Alaskan Eyes. How you
Alaska Night.
doing?
Yes, yes. She said hi to you earlier, but I don't think he was here. She said,
You
she said something to you, but you might have been in now. And
okay? I'll go over the notes. Hi,
okay,
everybody. John Jackson. Oh my
John Jackson
goodness.
say hello, Sherry. Not we got there are
Where's the
S6.
six?
Okay. We're gonna get to your information. We had a shout outs first, and we're gonna get that good information, sisters. Alaskan Ice.
Simple
Evening,
Fire.
Sherry. Simplify. Now tell us a little bit about yourself, sister. What branch of service was you in? Were you in?
Of course, I was in Air Force.
Air Force.
So I was in the Air Force. I served during the Gulf War period from
Okay.
85 to 93.
So you did about 8 years in the military.
Yes.
Now, when you went into the military, did you go back home to the same place that you joined at?
I did for a short period, but then I left
Oh, you did.
because mhm,
Mr.
'cause it was
International. Hold on, Mr. International say hello, Sherry. So we're gonna shout
hi.
out. We're gonna get Alaska Nights. We're gonna get back to your information. We're gonna talk to our sister. We're not gonna miss any of your comments. Go
Oh,
ahead, say what
please
you say.
don't. Yeah, because she's on point. But no, I just wanted to show my face real quick because I would have been here early, but I had to help a veteran's dad out with a situation. So I just got back from that.
Okay,
And I just wanted to come on camera real quick and just encourage the ladies, come on camera. Don't be afraid. I just
okay.
wish I could have had time to get my wig together and everything, but
Look, I'm trying to get my little half picking up a little bit I got left. So don't you worry about that. Now, sister, why do you feel that it's important for female veterans to be a part of the live streams? Why is it important? You think that is to have female representation?
oh, first of all, people think military are just only for men, and a lot of times they just assume when they see, of course, when I wear my hat, sometimes they say, "Oh, thank you, sir," before they see my face.
Right,
So yes, because we did our part. Of course, when I was in, women couldn't be in combat roles at the
right.
time. But of course, I know all that has changed. So yes, we need to be represented because we added, or if not more, to keep the military going. Because if you notice, like to keep the morale, who do they
Yes,
bring to entertain the troops? Not just men, they bring females
they bring females and
to
encourage.
entertain. Yeah, to entertain, to of course, like to take care when they get injured, from
Nurses.
A to Z.
Yeah, they had nurses in combat zones, and they
Hmm.
actually had females that served in the military. Harriet Tubman was the first woman, period, to take troops into battle. People don't know that
Hmm.
that her husband was in the military too.
Hmm.
She left her first husband because he was cheating. Once they got her out of slavery, so
Yeah.
when she got with her second husband, he was a military vet. She tried to get her pension and they wouldn't let her get her pension. She was the sent she led troops into battle, a whole
Hmm.
group of men, and won. And
Yeah.
she wouldn't get her pension. She had to get her husband's pension. And
Hmm.
she opened up a senior home uh, up there in Maryland or wherever she's from. I forget what that area is, upstate New York somewhere. It's still
Hmm.
there as a museum. The
Hmm.
woman was incredible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She the one taught President Lincoln into letting the free the slaves to fight in the Civil War and everything to help them out.
Yeah, because they had a bounty on their head to skin her. To get her because the Confederacy was after. Now, my OB says Sherry is representing the veteran minority. She represents female veterans. She representing black veterans. I don't do too much the minority. What your group is, because
Yeah.
white women are minorities.
Yep. That's right. That's
You
right.
understand? They get most of the benefits. That was the trick back in the day when we fought the civil rights movement.
Mm-hmm.
So all of a sudden they slipped them in, and we ain't getting nothing from it. So ain't nobody really getting no affirmative action anyway. So when they talk about getting rid of it, that's why all of a sudden the Asian people started getting mad because they said, "Oh, we want to get rid of it," but it was hurting them because we black people not getting no affirmative action. That's something a few people got back in the 70s, but most of the people that get affirmative action are white women. A lot of people don't know that. Now, now you were in there. Where were you stationed at, sister?
Most of the time I was stationed, it was a base in Frankfurt, right across from the Frankfurt International Airport called Rhein-Main Air Base. And that's where most of the, back then, the Army, it was the 21st replacement and the 64th replacement.
Okay.
So that's where everything at that time, that was the only MAC base that was overseas. So pretty much anything going on, you had to come through Europe to, like a pit stop. So that's where I was at. Most of my career was there.
Okay, you over there in Frankfurt. What people don't know, they have a airport there too, a civilian airport. Almost I think everybody that comes into Germany in the military go to Frankfurt.
Yeah, Frankfurt International.
Frankfurt International. I went through Frankfurt International. I was stationed in Bamberg, Germany. I know it's at least 4 hours from Frankfurt.
Yeah, that's in the south. That's toward the south. That's where all the mail come in.
Where?
Frankfurt. But at that time, but now it still come in, but it has to go somewhere else now. Because when the base was there, that's where all the mail come in, and it went out through all the bases all over Europe.
Oh, okay. Now, hold on. Let me read some of the chat. I'm gonna get to some of your other information later. It say, this is very hard. Thank you all. Have to plan now. So yes, a lot of information.
Yes,
it is. Say she represent. Yes, she represent. We'll get to it to Mao B. Now, okay, I visited her museum while I was stationed at Fort Drum. It was a moving experience. Of course, people don't know that she could speak. I want to say Dutch or some other language. She didn't. Most slaves did not talk with y'all. So listen, here's there. She grew up in the North. That's why Frederick Douglass grew up. They may have been related because they grew up no more than a few miles from each other in Maryland. And she was very, very, very unassuming woman, but very powerful woman. Because she could, yes, indeed. They have a museum for her.
Yeah, now, they speak French, Spanish, or maybe even German, depending on who the masters were.
Yes, she was very wise, and she carried a pistol with her too. There's a brother on line that called. His name is Harriet Tubman's pistol. Now, Angel says, our brother Angel say, Sherry is representing her America.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Angel. Thank you.
Angel gonna give me boy. Angel, he's straight up with it. Now, let me see what he's saying. He say, y'all get some chats.
Schaffenburg. I know what that said.
How far is it from Frankfurt?
That's about Schaffenburg, 2.5, about 2.5, not that far. 3 hours, maybe 2.5 to 3 hours.
See, because people don't realize that Germany is mostly linear.
Yes.
Straight. So, and so I was stationed in Bamberg, which is an hour from Nuremberg.
Yeah, that's south, southern Germany. That's real pretty down there.
Now, look, I don't want to get you in trouble with your family, but did you go to when you in K-Town?
Yeah, we went there now. That's Air Force pretty much have that. It's a whole city now. So,
but I'm talking about, did you go there back then?
Every once in a while, yes.
See, K-Town is the party town. I don't know what it looked like in daytime. Everybody used to go there and party. See, look, I tell it too much.
Because it's Air Force now. It's mostly Air Force. So,
but K-Town used to be Army, didn't it?
Yeah, both Air Force and Army.
They said I was in Warner Barracks near 2nd Cav was right across the street. They had their own gate. So we were hold on. Look what this man says. I'm gonna get to you, John Jackson. Look what this
really?
Mr. National said he was born in Frankfurt, Germany.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you are a war baby? Sir, you a war baby. You part German.
Way back. Oh my goodness.
Listen, man. But guess what? Even though he's born there, your parents must have, one of your parents or both of them must have been in the military. And if
Mhm.
you're born overseas, you're still an American citizen. Because
Yeah,
John
at that
McCain,
time. At that
not
time, yeah.
even now, no, even now.
I thought Trump changed that.
Did he change that?
I
Oh,
think he
didn't-
changed that now. They got to apply for citizenship if they're born
what?
outside the United States.
Not if
But
they, the military base is considered American property. He changed that?
oh gosh,
No,
now
if you
don't quote me, but I think that
I
was
don't think he can
changed, you
change.
know.
Well, I'm gonna have to look into that.
But as somebody that's active duty, but for as I know, that I was hearing something that now they got to apply for citizenship. if
Let
they
us
were
know,
born
John
outside.
Jackson,
Yeah, please do, cause clarify that.
because John McCain was born in Panama.
Yes.
Because his daddy was like in the Navy, was a 4-star general, but he was an admiral.
Mhm.
Admiral, yes. Now,
I haven't heard that.
he
Please.
said, I haven't heard that. Praise War Baby in ages. You know the War Babies. How many of you left over there, John Jackson? Talk to us. As Usher say, this is my confession. Look, I'm gonna tell y'all a story. Y'all don't start laughing, sister. We was over at the VA, and not Mr. International. Look, y'all, they always pick on me. Look, your camera's good. They
Okay.
always pick on me, talking about it that I'm not an American citizen. Mr. International, we got to check your paperwork. You acknowledge it, brother. We need to see, because we might have to build that wall. What was I about to tell you?
Oh my goodness.
I plead the fifth. John Jackson, listen here. Let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all something. I was over at the VA here in Houston. See, we gonna cut. Look, now, Angel about to come at you. See, I love when they talk about politics.
Right.
Vincent Jackson say, destroy Project 2025. Here we go, Angel. Get in. Where you fit in. He about to go, because here we go. Yep. Frankfurt, Germany. This is Mr. International. I got to go and visit my birthplace.
Most definitely. It has built up. I mean, they have a skyline now in Frankfurt.
Say what?
Yes, sir.
The biggest thing to me was the airport.
Oh no.
You know, I've been back in the. So y'all must have went over there to visit.
It's cause my daughter got married 2 years ago, so it's built up a lot.
She in the military? Or
No, sir. No, it's just just for me, it's just nice to just go and I don't know, it's just something about it. I really enjoyed it when I was there.
Germany was peaceful to me. Let me stay at the left. We got to check that paperwork. Here we go.
Oh, wow.
Look at it. He said Mr. International has dual citizenship. That is true.
That's
and
good.
So we need to find. Oh yeah, and he right, Mr. International. If not, we need to see that birth certificate, sir. We're gonna put you on the plane with Barack Obama and all the rest of them. Huh?
Get them benefits. Please
Get them benefits.
Her if she ever
Please ask her if she ever got a claim in.
Oh, now, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm the one that went through the very first claim I did. I went through like a representative on an Army base, but that was like back right when I got out, and I was awarded 30%. But then I didn't know I got awarded, so it was like some years later that I found out. So what happened was they just verified who I was. They made sure that I wasn't in jail or something like that. So they had to back pay me all that time that I didn't get it. But then after that, after a while, I said, well, other things started to happen with my knees and all that. So I need to put in another claim for that. And that's when I went to the lawyer, Woods and Woods, because I just looked them up online. And so they just helped me fill out some paperwork, and I got 80%, boom, right off the bat.
Now, let me ask this before you continue.
Okay.
To use them, do you have to be denied at least one time? Is that true, to use a lawyer? Or it depends on the type of claim?
No, you just call them and ask them, just explain your situation. Some of them, they even start you from ground zero. You have no clue how to do it or whatever. And some you have to have some type of service connection. It just depends. So I just called once until the one, I called maybe 2 other law firms before they accepted my case. So just call, Google disability lawyers for veterans, and then you just call until whoever accept your case. And so they did, and it took a while, about, I would say, 6 years, and then that's when I got a message from, just back in March, that the Board of Appeals made a decision on my case. And 2 days later, I saw some change in my account. And then that's when they sent me the letter about like 3 or 4 days later that I've been awarded TDIU.
That's good. See, now that's, she's at 100%. Now let me put these glasses. I need to get my little cleaners on my glasses, because I need to because I can pull them up, but I need the text is small when I need to pull them up. Now, Mr. International say he's right about the dual citizenship. Yeah, you got dual citizenship. Now let's see what John Jackson's saying. Let's see. Not Ramstein. He say, when I was there, we used to go to Ramstein to go to the fancy PX. They had all the nice electronics, reel to reel.
Oh my God.
How many of y'all know about that? Yes. Let me tell you something. I love them electronics. Everything. Back in the day, we used to have cassette tape.
8-track.
I was younger then, but I wasn't in the military yet. The 8-track. But we had, I don't know if y'all remember these. These were before DVD, the small ones. They had these big discs back in the late 80s.
Yeah,
in Germany. Laser discs that they played movies on. It was the side of a full-size record.
Yeah, album. Sure was.
A full-size album, yes. Now let's see what we got here. Here we got Wise Guy 007. Hello, guys. I was stationed in Berlin. Went President Reagan visit the wall. Let me tell y'all a thing about the wall. See, you got here. See, you come up here. She's stealing all the attention. Don't nobody want to talk to me. I'm important. Now listen. When I was there, when I got there in the beginning of 1989, my battalion had just got back from Reforger, where they used to guard the wall.
I remember that.
So what happened? I never went, and while I was over there, the wall went down.
Yep, it happened when I was over there too.
Now,
I remember it.
I'm gonna have to get back up to our sister in here, Sister Alaska Nice.
Oh yes.
Now, okay, yeah, okay, we got to do that. PJ, oh Lord, 2025 is not even a topic for y'all next president. Get it right, Mr. International. Who's your daddy? What did he say? Schindler? I don't know what he say. One of them Germans. Oh man, he said I was born in Frankfurt
97
Army
General.
Yes, I was born in Army, Frankfurt Army Regional Medical Center. You know what it said, sister?
Yes, sir. 97 General. I remember that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Frankfurt AMM, Maine, Hesse, Germany.
Yep.
All right, now he laughing, Angel. Angel, when y'all bring up that Project 2025, he conservative. He coming at you.
That's when the CD disc trays.
Man, come on now. What you know about them CD disc trays? Now, them kids nowadays don't know nothing about that.
So
I was talking about
sharing. Thank you.
Yes. Thanks. So glad we're sharing. There were lawyers to help share. We thank you for that, sister. Yes, I'm gonna tell you something. What made you think it was be a good idea to get a lawyer?
Well, of course, like you said, I had little or no knowledge really how to do, this before you started your channel. So because it's just so overwhelming, and it was like kind of like, gosh, I need to go to who can do it. If you want to learn how to bake bread, you go to the baker. So that's what I did. It's for me, I better go to a lawyer because I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want to do something wrong. It's just too overwhelming. And that's why I did that.
Let me ask you, you said before you got to my channel, how has the channel helped you? Then I'm going to read Sister Alaska's Ice come in from earlier, so we don't want to look over our sister.
Oh,
But
yes, definitely. Yes.
how did this channel help? How has it been beneficial in learning about the process? Because we're trying to make sure that we're giving the right information so we can improve the channel. So let us
Yes,
know.
sir. Well, first of all, when I started watching your videos with your voice, you went like a easy, steady pace tone. And I said, wow, I like the way he talked. And I knew from your voice you were from Texas. So
Yes,
you don't hear too many, like, no offense to anybody else, but Southerners, when we make a video, we kind of get made fun of because of our
yes,
accent.
because our Southern accent.
Yes, so I'm trying to talk where everybody understand because I don't want to go into my Texas dialect. But anyway, no, I enjoyed the information you put out. You were easy to follow. And I'm like, I didn't know that. And I write it down. You didn't talk too fast. And then when you went live, it was even better because I got to see the person behind the video and the
Yes.
character, and you were just as I imagined. But it made it more interactive because then now other veterans come in like Alaskan Ice and Mr. International and all the veteran family putting in, like you said, the information because not one person know it all, and that really improved. I'm like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this, and this was an excellent idea. So that's how just now I can kind of go and help other people say, go to Mr. H Town channel, watch this, watch this, watch this. They break it down really good. You can interact, you can send questions, nobody have to know who you are, all of this stuff, just as long as you keep it clean. You
Yes.
can learn, he's not fraud, not trying to take $10,000 and all this kind of crazy stuff, like you said, being shady and just for information that's out there publicly,
Yes.
So
Yeah.
yes, sir. That's why, because I've learned so much, and then I can go back and watch the video if I didn't catch it the first time. Because sometimes I need to go over it and everything, because just a lot going on sometimes in my mind. I'm not quiet, but then
Yes.
I go over it, go over. Oh, okay, I got it. Yes, sir. It's been very advantageous, very informative. I mean, I highly recommend all veteran family. Please tell people to apply for the benefits.
Yes.
Please don't hold back. It's no shame.
Don't
It's
wait.
look, I lost all this after the Gulf War, but it's no shame. I got some wigs if I want to look, and all
Yes.
that. But don't have no shame. Apply for it. You served your country. It's owed to you. That's why we pay all these taxes. I'm glad I paid taxes so a veteran can get their benefits.
Yes.
So have no shame. Apply for your benefit. If you don't know, go to like he said, a VSO representative, a lawyer. Don't just do it. Just don't be afraid. Do it, please. Get your benefits, especially you sisters out there. Get your benefits. Please apply. It's not welfare. We earn this stuff,
Don't let nobody say that. Now I want to say, Alaskan Ice says long-term care services, doctors, take notes while listening to patient service at home and in communities are part of the VA medical benefits package. All enrolled veterans are eligible for, and I didn't know they do it at the VA too. So
wow.
These services. However, to get the service, you must have a clinical need for it. That's right. It has to, you have to have a need for it. You just can't get in the program. And the service must be available in your location. Services in the VA standard benefits package include geriatric,
wow,
evaluations to assess your care needs and to create a plan, adult day health care, homemaker, and home health aid care, respite care skills, home care. But that's a whole bunch of stuff there.
wow.
Now let's see what else the statements are. I got to catch up on the statement. My obesity, I believe in this lady. My obesity, I believe in this lady. And
So
so
good.
good from my OB. I'm going backwards.
So glad that was. Oh, okay. Yes.
So glad there was lawyers to help Sherry. Thank you so much. That he talked about the CD trade.
This
Now,
trays.
now
Okay.
let me ask y'all. So when we're trying to do going forward, see this is what I want to say. One, I can articulate the language when necessary, but I'm a Southern black man that grew up in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a lot of people like, well, you grew up in the hood, but Houston is Southern.
That's
Okay,
right.
I grew up in Fifth Ward. We had horses, chickens, and cows,
Mm-hmm.
everything right from downtown. Y'all didn't know that, did you?
Mm-hmm.
I got cousins over there. Right now, I got horses over there right by downtown. We
This
ride horses.
Texas.
This is Texas.
This Texas.
This is Texas. They got cowboys up there where she at.
Yeah.
We Southern
Dallas.
people.
Yeah.
And
Cows.
so don't
Horses.
don't miss the blessing of listening to a Southern person. Now, when me and Sherry are talking in person, like on the phone or something, me and her, we just going at it because we Southern.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
y'all may not pick up on the terminology, but boy, I remember when I went over to Germany, that just my accent, my Southern accent, just cracked them up. Everybody always asked when I was going to college in Virginia. My
Mm.
professor, he wanted to ask me, but he didn't want to disrespect me.
Yeah.
He said, "Can I ask you?" I said, "What?" Hey, you from the South? I said, "Yes." He said, "Where? Where's that accent from?" I say, "Texas."
Yeah. You're unique. Mm-hmm. Nobody have it.
Look, can't nobody pretend to be us.
That's right. That's
Ain't
right.
nobody pretend to be us.
Yes,
We got
sir.
this from our parents, our grandparents,
Mm-hmm.
great grandparents. We
Mm-hmm.
are from the soil.
Yes, sir.
Understand? We are from this. We from this here. Our people been here for many years. I'm gonna tell you where my people from. My people from Georgia, on my great granddaddy's side, the man up on the wall with my great grandmother. But they were sold. His father, his grandfather was sold to Grapevine, Texas.
Mm.
Grapevine, Texas is over there about what they call it? Look, everybody know that little country. What they call it? I can't think of that part of Texas.
Oh.
It's right there in Grapevine. It's below Dallas and everything.
Yeah, it's right there by the airport. It's like
A
10
family,
minutes.
a
Mhm.
family bought him, his sister, and his brother. It was a man and his wife. They had like 5 little children, and they let us go over there and we can stay at the plantation, but I don't want to go there. I'd be scared they go like we have family reunion. I don't want to keep me over there. Now look, he say Mal B said all enrolled members are entitled to evaluation for extra health care. Now
That's good.
in Texas, sister, and I want y'all all to know it, and you need to check your state. They actually have programs. Okay, they actually have state-run facility for veterans who need senior care. They got about
Oh,
10
that's
of them here.
good.
Some go watch our video, the 20 benefits, Texas benefits,
Right.
veterans and their dependents, and you're gonna
Mhm.
talk about. I mentioned all of them. Now, anybody got anything they want to say? Any questions they have for our sister Sherry? Sherry, what made you want to come online again? What inspired you to come and get on camera?
Well, you said you wanted also one of the ladies, with Major Boomer. I said when I saw him and his beautiful daughter,
Yes.
I said, oh, she is so pretty. But also the ladies to kind of like, oh, well, she can do it, I can do it.
Right.
So and also just let them know who I am, and I'm not anybody like goody two shoe or nothing like that. And like you said, this is real, because I wouldn't
Yes.
be coming on here if this was some kind of fake stuff or whatever. And I just want to appreciate all the veterans, what they did serving our country.
Yes.
And I know it hurts that, we still have to fight just to get what we're entitled to. It breaks my heart. But at the same time, I want to let them know, don't give up. Please don't give up. Ask questions. Do, just, you deserve it. and it's not impossible. And hopefully, by this being an election year, maybe
Mhm.
they'll push things a little bit quicker. Um, but I just wanted to just thank you, Mr. H Town, for what you do, what you start. I'm so glad you did, because on some days I just like, man, is it worth it? But just to hear you, just I think about things you say and just keep me going,
Why do y'all
laughing,
all say that? I
and
don't
just
understand. I don't be saying it. I
like
sit
you want.
around this house just bored and miserable, cutting grass, coming in the house, going outside. So
You
what?
want to
What I
change
be?
your name and all this crap. I said, what? No, you didn't say that. But
What did I,
it keep me going,
what did I
like
say? I'm gonna change my name. What I
you
say?
want to change your name to Leroy. I'm like, oh, I hope you don't do
I
that.
don't remember saying that.
Please don't do
Yeah, because they named me Prince. Can you believe they named me Prince? I got picked on all through elementary, middle school.
Oh my goodness.
Prince and Diana, when they got married, it went crazy. When Prince Charles married Prince and Diana, they
Oh yeah.
Prince Charles, Charles and Diana. They called
Right.
I said, how I'm gonna be the man and the female? They got married. Oh Lord. And
Oh my
the
goodness.
singer, they was out there. Now let me ask, going forward, what things do you think they need to do as far as the for veterans? If you could talk to the presidents, if Kamala Harris becomes president, Kamala, or Trump, what do you think? One, if you can only tell them two things, what two things would you tell them would be beneficial to us as veterans?
Wow.
Think about that, and I'm going to ask y'all in the chat, what is the cost of living increase? Did they come out with it yet?
I would definitely
What
say
percentage? But go ahead. I'm going to let you think about that.
like I would say, instead of like, I think all veterans, I know, okay, the people 100%, but it should be, I think all veterans, especially they, honorable discharge and everything, should get the same benefits. And number two, that they get housing, right off the
So
bat.
housing should be guaranteed. What about
Yes.
medical care? Do you
Oh
think
yes,
every veteran
definitely.
should qualify for free medical care at the VA?
Yes, yes, sir,
Without,
definitely.
okay.
Civilian or VA, they can go to any doctor they want to go to. That shouldn't be a, just like Germany, they should have the right to just go anywhere. And I mean medical and dental, get, if they need any devices like, wheelchairs or whatever it may be, to help them to live better, help us to live better, have a good quality of life. It shouldn't be nothing withheld from us.
Yes. Sharon, let me say this. I feel so uh this thing sticks. So I'm thinking ain't nobody chatting. Then it pull up all this chat because the thing I'm trying to scroll, it don't move, and then
Oh,
everybody pop on here. I'm sorry. So here we go. My OB say, please don't let Sherry the veteran get forgotten now. No, she not.
no,
No,
no, no, no. Don't let
he
y'all
called
get forgot.
Mr.
Authentic.
Authentic. See, let me tell you something.
Thank you, sir.
Look, I'm not a country boy, but I'm a southern man.
That's
We
right.
rode horses. We did all. It ain't too much. We kill chickens in the backyard. I
Yeah,
don't know. People don't understand that.
that's
You
right. My
look,
grandmother did.
hot pot of one of them number 3 tubs with
Yes,
that
sir.
hot water, pluck the
Yes.
feathers off, then take a fire and sears the feathers.
My grandmother did that.
Huh? Boy, I tell you,
We are blessed. My
we are
yes,
blessed. And
sir.
let me tell
Yes,
you,
sir.
they can make everything from scratch. And they had those
Mm-hmm.
mason jars because they were back during the what was that Great Depression. So they had
Preserve.
fig preserves, had
Yes,
fig
sir.
trees in the backyard,
Mm-hmm.
all time of stuff. Y'all don't understand. These
Pear, peaches,
pears and peaches.
plums. I mean, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Made gravy from flour from nothing.
Now look at Major Boomer.
Oh,
Major Boomer
yes, she
feels
is
special. Thanks,
beautiful. You
Sherry,
got a
for
beautiful
your kind
family.
words about my daughter. Well, they not just
Yes.
kind words, they truthful words.
She precious. Thank
Yes, she
God
is.
for her.
Now look what Malby say. There are lots of minority veterans that are struggling.
Yes, sir.
It's a big deal. Thank you, Sherry. There
It
are,
is.
because when I do know that there are veterans
Yes,
like
sir.
some of the Muslim veterans, they sometimes get a hard time going to the
That's
military.
right.
So there are the different groups that come in. And there was always, people don't recognize there are a lot of Filipino that go into the military.
Yes, sir. That's
Because
right.
I was in a lot of Asian veterans. We see them more than I see. I'm starting to see Africans now and
Mm-hmm.
but Jamaicans have always come in. I ain't gonna forget Morris. Let me see. Everybody chatting. I don't like the fact that both VPs are veterans. Oh, they are veterans? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, Trump. Yeah, his VP is a Marine, but I didn't know about the other one.
Hopefully one will speak up for us. I hope so too. Now let's
Mm-hmm.
see what Miles B said something else.
You
You
said it,
said
John.
it, John
John
Jackson.
Jackson.
Okay, now.
Not
Oh,
yet
Alaskan Ice. Not yet
Oh.
around 2.5. Okay, now yeah, it's about 2.5. I hope it
Oh.
goes up to 3. Now let's see, we're talking about the cola increase. Now look
Oh.
what Angel says. Cola still pending till early October, 2.6 to 3.2. Yeah, y'all both around and starting about that 2.5,
I
2.6.
see.
If I can get it up, what was that one we got about a year, not last year, but the year before?
Oh,
Like
it was
3.7, didn't we get one?
5%, something like
Ooh,
that.
I love that. Oh
Mm-hmm.
boy, is the vibe. He said, is the vibe. Now listen to what Alaskan Knight say. My grandfather raised rabbits, chickens, and ducks and ate all of them. My parents had cows and horses years ago. Yeah, we used to do all that. I'm thinking
Yep.
get some land because my daughter, she ain't never. I used to be in a trail riding club. Tell them how many black trail riding clubs it is all through Texas.
Oh, yes.
And
Most
I mean,
definitely.
as trail riding. See, y'all think of cowboys as just being white. They got
Mm-hmm.
they got Hispanic cowboys.
Yes,
All
sir.
most of
Mm-hmm.
the cowboys back in the day was either black or Hispanic. That was a
Mm-hmm.
large percentage of them.
That's
And
right.
but you know the movies. I'm gonna trip you out. Some of the movies they would have white guys play the black characters.
Yep.
And this discovered Arizona was black,
Mm-hmm.
huh? Nu- Uh, 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 L.A. was discovered by a black woman, a slave, who freed herself over there. One of the richest women in California, well, the richest woman, Benny Mason. She went from a slave, fought for her freedom, and they named L.A. They got a little part of her house still left. But yes,
Wow.
people don't realize
That's
we were,
right.
we were the first commodity in the stock trade.
Mm-hmm.
My people,
Yes, sir.
and that's why they called it Wall Street because
Yes, sir.
they would block us off. When you go to New York, you're gonna see that big black statue thing. That's in honor of all the people that's buried under that New York courthouse. They got hundreds of my ancestors up under that building. Then when you ever see that Law and Order, when they walk down the stairs on Law and Order, black people all up under that building.
Mm-hmm.
They literally built it on our backs. Now, come on, bro. Every day can't be Christmas, especially when this administration is giving the money away to the illegals. Now let me ask you, since you brought that up, should there be a pathway to citizenship, Angel? Should it be a pathway, or do we need to close the borders first and then put everybody out and they got to come reapply? What are we gonna do with the people that didn't have babies while they was here? They consider American citizens. What do we do? Now let's see. Alaskan Ice, Black Wall Street was burned down. Yes. Well, we had that's right in Tulsa, but we had Black Wall Streets all over the United States. Black people, when they were left to their own, they built things. If you go to Lake Lanier, there was a black neighborhood at the bottom of that lake. And because black people were doing so good, they flooded it and made it a lake. That's why whenever they go over there, if you look right now, somebody just got pulled down by their ancestors into that lake. They'll have all kind of accidents where people drown and the boats burn up right there at Lake Lanier. Wilmington, North Carolina. That they just just burned it down. Now there were other times where black people pulled out their thing and did what they had to do and run them out. Okay, this didn't always go one way, But what happened, people don't realize in Oklahoma, those were World War I soldiers. So they were fighting back the first couple of days, and they ran off the people that tried to come burn the town down. Then the military people come in with planes. That was the first time they put
Yes,
arms on a place. So how can you do something
I
when you
know.
got the military backing them up, huh? Now let's see what our Mal B saying. Now he say the VA is too subjective. Now, what do y'all think about that? They'll 1 minute deny you for something that you qualify for, and the other time, I think I ain't gonna get it, then they approve it. I don't understand them. Now, is the door in your house closed? He talking about immigration. Angel said, well, yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, I heard they did the same thing in creating Central Park, Seneca Village.
What?
If you go there right now, that was a black neighborhood right there.
Mm.
Park, that was a black neighborhood. They still got a thing up there. Black people created so much in this country.
Yeah.
The descendants of the slaves, the freedmen, and every time we had the Freedmen's Bank, they gutted the Freedmen's Bank. They took all the money. We had saved millions of dollars in the bank. Left to our own devices right after slavery, we became congressmen and all of this. But then the closer it got to 1900, they just closed the doors. Yes, yes, indeed. People don't know that. Now, lawyer or no, they are subjective. Now, what is your experience with that? With lawyers? Did she had anybody else had a positive or negative experience with lawyers? Now,
Yes,
Alaskan I say yes, people keep drowning over them. They made it into some type of water park. Uh-huh. Now you hear what she say? Drowning over there. People keep drowning over there. Let me tell you, the ancestors. So y'all thought I was making this up. You go over there, they go into Lake Lanier, they keep the ancestors pulling them under the water. Because they drown, they just take basically the government. They said these people doing too good down this valley. We just gonna flood it. We can't run them out. So it's gonna flood it. Huh? They made it into some type of water park. I need to watch the movie. Yeah, I didn't know they had a movie behind it. Now let's see.
Oh, okay.
What Vincent say? My third great uncle had a business doing the Wilmington massacre. Told to me by my great grandmother. Yes,
Wow.
a lot of people, y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand the struggle. Some of you may not see. Y'all be wondering what's wrong with them. Let me tell you something. Venus and Serena's daddy, King Richard, he from Louisiana. He left Louisiana because of what was going on. What's the name? People left there. People had all kind of land in Louisiana. They left and went to California. See, a lot of people don't know. Most of the black people in California are from Louisiana and Texas. I bet she has people from in California that went in there in the 40s or 50s. You have any people over there you know of?
Not, I may do, I may not know right off the bat, but
yeah, I got family there. So what's his name? Judge Joe Brown, his people from up there, Dallas area where you from. His dad is. Barry White, the singer, is from Galveston, Texas.
That's something.
All right, so it's a lot of that. Yeah, so yeah. Now let's see what we got here. Facts about Black Wall Street. There were bombing American citizens. Crazy, right? I think that I said that lied on Emmett Till should have been accountable. Yeah, but
yeah,
what's the name didn't hold her accountable. They found her arrest warrant right before she died, but they don't believe in punishing her. And this is under what's her name? This is under Biden and her. They the one that want to prosecute. So you say, that's let me see. My people are from Louisiana and Europe. Okay, we learning some stuff today. Let me ask, anybody else in here has dual citizenship? Now remember, when they kicked out of the military over the don't ask, don't tell, the VA where you live is like they hate on minority. Well, let me say, yeah, so y'all gotta understand something. When y'all use this minority term, my people have fought in every war that's been in this country. And when it comes to don't ask, don't tell, they had this thing, but they eventually overturned it. But I'm walking around every day black. So when I was in Desert Storm, literally about 2 or 3 times, some of them good old boys tried to kill me. So y'all don't understand. But nobody want to hear about that.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm going to the VA, when I'm telling them, hey, this happened to me, we don't want to talk about that. But what's your orientation? I say, what my orientation got to do with you giving me VA services? So it's like whenever, like with white women, they'll take groups and elevate them over you. So the whole thing is everybody's supposed to get help and treatment, but why I got to be put to the back whenever they say we're gonna do this here? Because they want us to vote. They talking about voting rights, but we have to vote for our interest. Any group should vote for their own interest, not for other people. If we get together, we'll work together once we get what we supposed to get. Now let me ask you, sister, I ain't gonna hold you, that I want to ask you, what made you move back? You from Texas original?
Yes, born and raised here.
What made you move back home? Did you learn about the veteran benefits? What made you move back home?
Well, at that time, my mom was sick, so I came back to take care of her.
Mhm.
And then a couple of months after that, she had passed. So that kind of kept me here because I was planning on going back overseas. But because of that event, I had to stay. So that's what brought me back. And then, but in light of it all, my uncle encouraged me, you should go to the VA and just get your VA ID card. And that kind of got the ball rolling that's how I found out I was 30%. And it started from there.
And people, let me tell you, when they owe you, they got to pay you that back pay.
Yes.
Got to pay you that back pay.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, it depends on how much they might pay you in one lump sum, or they may do it in payments. Because I know one guy, they owed him $300,000. So that means every one of you veterans that are in here, they
That's
got
right.
once you was in the military, like our sister was alluding to earlier, they got your money set aside. They want to make you fight for it.
Yes.
Okay. They don't want to talk about any of that, want to forget that it happened. Well, let me tell you something. I would never forget my ancestors. Now, I'm here to H-Town Vet. The reason I'm so straightforward with y'all, because I don't want y'all to say I'm phony. Y'all see me, I'm all about my people and Black empowerment. So I'm not going to pretend with you. But you see, I accept all of y'all here. I love all y'all. But this is who I am. I have no shame of my ancestors and their struggles. I am them. So that's all it is. Now, my old beef facts. And yeah, I had to cut a few chickens' heads off back in the day. Now they talking about them people, some of these immigrants eating them ducks and geese. I say, wow,
Yeah.
putting them on baskets. We used to cut up some chickens and stuff. Now, I'm gonna tell you, we used to every 19th of June, we used to eat goat meat, like goats. And sometimes they bring the goats over there and we skin them right there. Wash them off. They've been and wormed them for a few weeks or months before. But that's crazy. Boy, I tell you. Now, sister, I want to say thank you. Mr. International is cracking up. Now, I want to hold you because I want you to come back. But what last parting words you would like to say?
Oh my goodness. Thank you all. First of all, just thank everyone for their service to the country, to this great country. It was great because of you guys and ladies. And hold your head up. You're going to get your benefits. Just hang in there. Do what you need to do. Don't just, please fight. Don't stop fighting. You know, when I was a boy,
Yeah. He said, when I was a boy, I was leaving the outhouse at my aunt's place. I was attacked by a rooster. Them roosters with their spurs, they'll get with you. You cannot turn your back on the rooster.
Yep, that's right.
Now, he was wearing me out. I made it to the back door and my aunt killed the rooster. Wow, he was
Wow.
supper. Oh Lord.
Oh.
He must have been he was a rooster. He might have been a little tough at the boil them
Yep.
first. Because you know, you get them young chickens, that's the ones that's most tender. But yeah, they used to, we didn't rain it. They used to rain the neck off. No, we take them and just chop them off because they'll run around with no head on. So we start putting them in bags and poke a hole through it. I hope Peter and the human people don't come after me. I'm gonna tell y'all a funny story. I was in Virginia in Norfolk. They have the boat tour right there where they was having a thing over in Norfolk, Virginia, and it was a barbecue fest. I'm from Texas, so one of the people was from Texas. One of the guys, he was there. He had a barbecue truck, and to get in, they had an opening. They had these people that was against the mistreatment of animals. And so they was at the day, and so he was stopping me. He said, "What you going?" I said, "I'm going to get some of that barbecue over there. You know how they treat those animals when they." I said, "Oh, that's so horrible." He had convinced me. I had put a button on saying, "Don't harm the animals or nothing." And I said, "What I'm gonna do when I go home to Texas and my family cook barbecue?" He said, "You can eat you a soy sandwich and eat, all this vegetarian stuff." I said, "Okay, I'll think about that." Soon as I got over by the rib truck, I said, "I want a stack of ribs right there." And I had forgot, because I had made some of that good Texas barbecue. I had forgot that I had the button on. I'm a hypocrite. I'm a hypocrite. I got the button on. So I got barbecue in my hand. I'm eating ribs with sauce falling off my mouth. And I got to go back by them. And so I had to stick that hot barbecue in my pockets to keep, that sauce went all down my leg. Now he say, he twisted his neck. She was a tough lady. Yeah, they did that. They don't know about that Southern living. Let me ask y'all. I want to thank y'all for being here, sister. And we're gonna get ready to close out. But appreciate it. Anybody has something to say to her? But we about to close out. We thank you, and we want y'all to come on more often. I won't hold y'all long because I talk all night.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to make it short enough, brief. But we appreciate you, Sister Sherry, for your financial support, your personal support, your encouragement. Because we need a place where we can look. See, look.
That's right.
We don't have to have the same agreement on everything. Because what you feel, oh Lord. Do you hear that? September 19th. That's my birthday. Oh Lord, my birthday on September 19th.
A lot of people
Who else is September 19th? Yeah, I got a whole bunch of. I have a cousin birthday on the 17th of September, 18th of September, 9th, mine on 19th. My first cousin on 20th, and my other first cousin on 21st.
Wow.
My family laid out with September babies. But sister, we want to thank you for joining us, and we hope you do it so in the future. And we'll see you on Sunday. And thank you for everything.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Everybody say bye to Sister Sherry. Now, wasn't that all right? September 19th is my birthday. I hope it don't fall. Hold on. I hope the live stream don't fall on that day. We're gonna get ready to. It's been over 4.5 hours. We want to thank y'all for joining us. Give our last shout out. Now look what Major Boomer say. Thanks, Sherry. You did marvelous. For those who are still here, we want to say thank y'all for joining us. Give our last shout out. Show our Sister Sherry some love. Come on, let's do this here. Bye, Sister Sherry. Look how John Jackson coming on here. Look how our brother. We want to give a shout out to Major Boomer. Say good night, everybody. Alaskan Ice said good night. Thank you. Our brother John Jackson, thank you. Brother Boomer, Mr. International. And Sherry say, thank you, Major Boomer. And say, Bye, Sis Sherry and the veteran family. See, that's what we talking about. That's what we hear. Now, Brother Vincent say, when is the next broadcast? Don't go yet. Let me show you. I'm gonna show you where it's at. Okay, here we go. I'm about to show you that now. Oh, no, let me move back a little bit. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta pull you back off, man. Hold on. I just had it on there. The next broadcast, that's it. This thing hard to deal with. Let me pull it up. Shoot. I'm at to, okay. The last broadcast is every Sundays and Tuesdays at 7 p.m. So we want to thank y'all for joining us here at this live stream. All right, I'm gonna have to pull the screen up because I don't want to have my face as the last thing, but I'm gonna say good night to everybody. Look, he say thank you. Sherry say thank you, Angel. My OB, thanks, come back soon. Sherry, okay, we want to see. Look, all of y'all are loved. You understand? Whether you white, black, blue, or green, gay or straight, we don't care. What we saying is everybody got a right to be who they are, and we respect that. Huh? That's right. Night, good night, everyone. From our brother Major Boomer. Angel say, amen, brother. Yes, indeed. Because I'm gonna tell you, people don't realize that black people are conservative. As a group, we are conservative. We just haven't been rocking with the Republican Party because they have a fraction of them that's kind of out there on their racism tip. But we are conservative. We believe in religion. We believe in having our own firearms. We believe in all that. We don't, as a group, we tend to be conservative. We've been here. We Americans. We love y'all, and so that's why we all can agree on a lot of things. So tell us again how to. He say donate. Oh, okay. Look, if you would like to donate, we appreciate you. Right now, it's gonna be through Cash App. Okay, give me a second, man. Y'all. Now, if you'd like to donate to our channel or contact us, so give me a second. Y'all give shout out. I got to make a little run here. Let me pull this off the screen for a second. Then I'm gonna get y'all comments. Stay for a minute. So if you like to donate, that's our Cash App. $ H-Town Vet Northside. Thank you for asking it. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Give me